Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The US launches Christmas Day strikes against ISIS-linked militants in Nigeria. Zelensky says a meeting with Trump is happening soon as US peace proposals spark talks with Moscow. And Japan approves a record defense budget as tensions with China escalate over space and military developments. Now, the US has carried out strikes against ISIS-linked militants in northwestern Nigeria. President Trump praised the Christmas Day strikes and said the group was primarily targeting and killing innocent Christians. Meanwhile, Nigerian officials said the operation was planned jointly and focused on fighting terrorists, not any religion. For more on this, I'm joined by Nigerian journalist Mayowa Adegoke. Thank you so much, Mayowa, for your time today. First of all, what do we know about these strikes? And did they come as a surprise to people in Nigeria?
Thank you, Leanne. It's good to see you again. And, just a few weeks ago, we were on discussing this very, topic when Trump said, I'm coming to Nigeria, and everybody was like, hold your horses. Well, it's happened, and it's quite interesting. We don't have as many details as we would love to have. So a few things are clear. The U.S. Africa Command was very instrumental in this attack. Multiple fatalities confirmed. We don't have actual numbers. We know that this happened in Sokoto State, targeting ISIS-affiliated groups. So this much we know about it. And of course, as you mentioned, Nigeria says it was well aware. It also coordinated and collaborated on this attack. Does it come as a surprise? Yes, a huge Christmas surprise to many people, and one that's, I'd say welcome, because ultimately everyone wants to get rid of these bad guys.
And it's really interesting because, as you did say, of course, we were talking about this recently and about the threats Donald Trump made. But data does not suggest Christians are uniquely persecuted in Nigeria. Does this put the Nigerian government in a difficult position with the Trump administration?
So in the aftermath of the announcement, one thing that we've seen is how on the U.S. side, the narrative is, quite religious in nature. They have associated this with, Christianity and the attack against Christians in Nigeria. Even the U.S. President also talking about this Christmas gift, so to speak, and even wishing the dead terrorists a Merry Christmas. His Secretary of War has also, toward the same line, making this quite religious in nature. While on the other side, the Nigerian government continues to insist this has no religious coloring. And just as they had said previously, this is just about Nigerians, and terrorism affects both Christians and Muslims. Now, to your question, does this put the Nigerian government in a difficult position with the United States? I wouldn't say difficult position, because as we've seen, what's most important is that work is getting done, and ultimately, everybody's just spinning their own narrative. And I suppose with Nigeria being a sovereign nation, they can continue to weave their own narrative and insist on how they see things. But one thing is clear, the United States has put a religious coloring to this whole situation.
And what does the US intervention say about the Nigerian government's ability to fight its own battles?
Good question. It is. I mean, this has been a dent on the Nigerian, the state, and different governments over time. Well, yeah, my son decided to join the show. So
that's okay. Let him join in.
So you see, it's quite a shame, honestly, how Nigeria has continued to battle terrorism over the years, not with as much success as we would like. But ultimately, support is needed. Let's not focus on, oh, you can do it, or you cannot do it, or you can keep your house, or you can't keep your house. it is that Nigeria needs support. Terrorism is an international issue, and Boko Haram and all these other terrorist organizations in the region do not only impact Nigeria as such. So support is welcome. And ultimately, I believe that Nigeria will be looking to get in the support that helps it catch its own fish, as opposed to being given fish, if you understand what I mean.
And will these strikes make Nigeria safer in the future? You're in Nigeria at the moment. Of course, we've seen your son with you. You live in the country. What are the hopes for the Nigerian people and the families?
Well, this first strike, we've seen, going by reports, they say it's been successful, multiple fatalities confirmed. From different statements, it doesn't seem like this will be the first and last. So we expect that perhaps there will be more in the coming days, weeks, or months. But ultimately, what will make Nigeria safer is that the Nigerian government, the Nigerian people are empowered to fight their own battles from within, as opposed to help coming from outside. It's a long way to go. Terrorism is not something that you clear out overnight. So definitely, it's a long way to go, and every support as well.
And just a really quick question. Do you think we'll see retaliation from any of the ISIS groups that are currently in Nigeria? Do you think that's a concern for the international world?
I suppose that it should be expected. I mean, you are fighting against people who have been at it for a number of years, who are quite adamant in their convictions and unyielding in their convictions, regardless whether it's negative. So I expect that authorities who are well informed, just better off in terms of security intelligence than I am, to expect some kind of retaliation and, neutralize it, hopefully.
Mayowa Adegoke, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you on. Let's continue this conversation now with Greg Swenson, Chair of Republican Overseas. Greg, thank you so much. We were just talking to our reporter there from Nigeria, who did say to the Nigerian people these strikes actually came as a surprise. But what do you make of US airstrikes targeting so-called ISIS militants in northwestern Nigeria overnight?
Well, I think it was a positive move because the president gave ample warning to ISIS and to Boko Haram and to anybody who was committing these atrocities. So, the president always wants to use diplomacy first. He mentioned this over a month ago. And so I think this was, somewhat expected. But I think the most important takeaway here is the fact that it was with the cooperation of the Nigerian government. And that's what's, I think, really a key aspect here is that, I don't think going against the government, it would have created just a rift between or widen the gap between the government and the terrorists. And I think it was important to have that cooperation. So it's not seen as some kind of a regime change or intervention. This was assisting the Nigerian government to execute something that they couldn't do themselves.
And Greg, it's really interesting because data doesn't suggest Christians are uniquely persecuted in Nigeria. Yeah. Violence appears evenly distributed across Muslim and Christian groups in the country. Actually, on Christmas Eve, we saw a bomb in a mosque in northeastern Nigeria. Do you think Pete Hegseth and President Donald Trump are misinformed?
No, I don't think so. I think it's very clear to the Americans that, these religious jihadists kill more of their own people or kill more Muslims than they do anybody else. And so, I don't think that's that's not new news. I mean, we could talk about killing Israelis, we could talk about killing Christians, but they'll kill anybody. And I think that's what's important here. The fact that it's Christians and there is anti-Christian violence around the world, but such a high percentage of it, well over half of the violence against Christians is taking place in Nigeria. So I think it's a particular hotspot for that. And so, but it's killing anybody. That's the problem. And I think the U.S. government is willing to use military force in a very tactical and targeted way to stop violence against, innocent victims. I'm not sure the outcome here. I'm sure there will be some retaliation, but this is apples and oranges. I mean, the fact that the president has experience with eliminating ISIS like he did in his first term in the Middle East, it's always temporary, of course, but I do think that the capabilities are not exactly a fair fight here. So I would hope that the terrorists are sensible enough not to try to retaliate.
And President Trump promised, didn't he, America first. The strike on Nigeria comes just a week after an operation in Syria. How will his MAGA base react to even more foreign intervention from the president?
It's a great question. And there's always going to be that debate between, the different wings, maybe the more isolationist wing of the party. And that's healthy debate. I think that's good news that there is that debate. But I think that, America first is not America alone. And we want what's best for our own interests, but we also want what's best for the West's interest, for our allies' interest, and in this case, Nigeria's interest. And as you said earlier in the segment, this has ramifications for other countries in the region. So, no, I think it's important to always differentiate between America first and America alone. And I think if there is pushback from within the party, I think that will be okay. That's just healthy debate. But in this case, there are innocent people being killed. If we could stop it without creating a new conflict, much of the criticism about Iraq and Afghanistan is we, in some ways, created a new generation of terrorists. And in this case, I don't think that's the case here, because these terrorists, as you pointed out, have been at this for a long time. And it's really cruel what they're doing to their people in Nigeria.
But, Greg, as everyone knows, there's always a risk of destabilization in these regions when it comes to foreign intervention. And I don't think that is something that can be ignored. But I just wanted to talk to you about a post on X. It shows Trump's team praying for him. The post claims that he is protecting Christians around the world and even suggesting divine favor. Do you think these kinds of religiously framed narratives risk turning Trump into an idol? And also, how should the Republicans respond to this? Because, we heard from our reporter in Nigeria earlier who said the Nigerian government is trying to distance itself from the religious focus when it comes to battling ISIS in the country. And I just wonder what you make of these posts on X.
Well, it's a great point. And I think, again, to reiterate, the fact that there was cooperation with the Nigerian government is really important here. And so this is not regime change. This is not a foreign. Really, I think a foreign intervention might even be exaggerating. What we're trying to do is save innocent people from being victimized. I'm not suggesting that the U.S. military wants to do anything that will alter the government. And they have a good point. They're in a different position. The Nigerian government has to balance that, given that it's, roughly 50% Muslim and 50% Christian. They don't want to get, escalate this thing into more religious opposition or religious differences. But for the Americans, it's different. It's a Christian country founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And so I think defending Judeo-Christian people around the world is something that, they can wear on their sleeve in the military. That's okay. But I understand why it's a different perspective for the Nigerian government.
Greg Swenson, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me and for your analysis.
Thanks for having me.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines around the world today. A security officer at Saudi Arabia's Grand Mosque in Mecca was injured while trying to stop a man who jumped from the mosque's upper levels. The incident occurred at the popular Masjid al-Haram, and both the officer and the man are receiving medical care. At least 5 people were killed and 21 others injured in an explosion at an Alawite mosque in the Syrian city of Homs during Friday prayers. Authorities say an explosive device went off inside. No group has claimed responsibility, while rescuers continue to search through debris at that site. The Israeli army says it has carried out strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, hitting weapons depots and training complex. This comes despite a November 2024 ceasefire meant to end over a year of fighting between Israel and the Iranian-backed group. Now, 2 men are missing after going for a swim at a beach in England on Christmas Day. A Coast Guard search has been called off after authorities were unable to locate the 2 men aged in their 40s and 60s. Police in Devon and Cornwall are urging public to stay out of the water. And heavy storms across California have killed at least 3 people. The severe weather has triggered landslides and widespread flooding, forcing evacuations in several areas. Around 100,000 residents are without power as rescuers continue to pull stranded travelers from submerged vehicles. And finally, a US judge has blocked the detention of British social media campaigner who took legal action against the US government. Imran Ahmed, a US permanent resident, has been granted a temporary block after he filed legal complaints against State Secretary Marco Rubio and US Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now to Ukraine, where President Zelensky says a meeting with Donald Trump will happen soon. Meanwhile, Putin's foreign policy aide has been speaking to members of the Trump administration after Moscow received US proposals about a possible peace deal. As the diplomatic push to end the war continues, conflicting demands by Moscow and Kyiv do remain. For more on this, I'm joined by Ben Auris, founder and editor-in-chief of BNE Italy News. Ben, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So, President Zelensky says a meeting with Donald Trump will happen soon. Does this signal progress in talks to end the 4-year war?
Absolutely. I'm becoming increasingly optimistic that a deal is very close. There's been intense talks here in Berlin 10 days ago, and that was followed up by another round, a second round in Miami between the US representatives and the Kiev team. And they seem to be making progress. According to the American side, about 90% of the points on this original 28-point plan have been agreed in principle, although not in detail. However, the gap between the two sides remains large. There's these 2 sticking points, the question of who controls the territory, who owns the occupied territory. And Ukraine is insisting on ironclad Article 5-like security guarantees that it needs to secure its borders in the post-war scenario to prevent Russia invading for a second time. However, the noises coming out of Vancouver, out of the Ukrainian presidential administration, are increasingly encouraging. And Zelensky's playing up this meeting that's going to happen in Florida, Mar-a-Lago, directly between himself and Trump, as a possible breakthrough. And the fact that the 2 presidents are supposed to meet face to face is significant because Trump has said previously that he doesn't want to meet either Zelensky nor Putin unless the deal is close. So everyone's going to be watching this weekend's meeting very closely because there is a possibility that we get a peace deal out of it this weekend.
Yeah, cautious optimism, isn't there, Ben, at the moment? But I find it interesting because reports in the Russian newspaper Kommersant claim Putin has indicated that Moscow could actually be open to swapping territory as part of a Ukraine deal. You mentioned the sticking points there. So what do you make of this?
Well, exactly. What they're looking for is for some diplomatic formula, because on the one hand, Putin's been insisting that the Ukrainian forces leave the Donetsk region, the part of the 2 regions in Donbass. Russians only control about 85% of it, and they want the Ukrainians to withdraw from that last 15%. However, this is the sticking point. Zelensky has insisted that he's not going to give up any land at all. And moreover, recent polls in Kiev show that the Ukrainian population is willing for him to make compromises to get peace, but they're dead against giving up any land that's not occupied by the Russians. So it's very tricky. So what we're looking for is some sort of diplomatic formulation that basically allows him to give up land without, saying the word withdrawal. And land swaps have been suggested as one way of doing this. Zelensky gives up the key Donetsk piece of land that Putin's after, but at the same time receives in return more occupied lands. And then maybe he can sell that to the public. This is classic diplomacy, realpolitik.
And it's really interesting.
Everything will turn on the formulation.
Apologies. But like you said, it's classic diplomacy, shuttle diplomacy, really. But I'm also really interested right now where Europe stands in all of this, because they were instrumental, weren't they, in really speaking to Donald Trump and being on Ukraine's side. However, Russia has been very critical of Europe and NATO, and especially when it comes to security guarantees. So what sort of role is Europe playing right now as we see this cautious optimism that a deal could be pushed over the line?
Well, Europe has been extremely vocal. I mean, after the original proposal 28 plan that was thrashed out between the Kremlin and the US side came out, Europe put its 2 cents in, but it came up with various versions that were completely unacceptable to the Russians. And the Russians have said repeatedly that any European suggestions are going to be rejected out of hand. And for Europe, it's a security problem too, because they have the Russian army in their backyard fighting a full-scale classic war. And the threat and the fear is that Russia, after it's finished with Ukraine, will move on and invade the Baltic states or Poland, or one of the, there's been drone incursions into Poland, Romania, multiple EU members. However, because the Russians have stuck their heels in and said, look, we're not dealing with Europe at all, that the US side has basically cut Europe out. So it's put forward these suggestions, it's made a lot of noise, but it's not at the table. And again, the key meeting this weekend is going to be between Zelensky, Ukraine, and Trump, and Europe is not involved. So I think that's what's going to happen, is that they'll agree a deal, a US, Ukraine, Russia deal, and it will go in over the heads of Europe, who will be completely ignored.
Yeah, absolutely. Fascinating, isn't it, Ben? But Ben, I also want to ask you about the Ukrainian military has now claimed responsibility for striking an oil refinery in Russia on Christmas Day. And we've seen these little attacks happen, haven't we? Tit-for-tat attacks, especially because we saw some bomb blasts in Moscow too that they are blaming on Ukraine. But the big question here is, right now, we're talking about diplomacy, but what is the situation on the battlefield? Because we're hearing conflicting reports. Russia says they're making gains, Ukraine says they're making gains. It's quite difficult to decipher.
Indeed. I mean, unfortunately, the war has become more and more brutal. I should also mention that Christmas Day means nothing to the Russians because they still use the Julian calendar, which means that Christmas doesn't happen until January the 7th. So it's a normal working day yesterday in Russia. But what's happened since the summer is that Ukraine has been disappointed by the lack of military aid, specifically long-range missiles. And what it's done is developed its own long-range drones, which are capable of hitting targets inside Russia. And that started this summer. And what Ukraine is doing is trying to take the war into Russia because so far it hasn't really affected daily lives of people in Russia. It's all been fought in Ukraine. And now Kiev is blowing up oil refineries across Russia, thousands of kilometers away, which is hurting the Kremlin in the pocket because this remains one of its main sources of funding for the war. And this just heightens the tension because Russia's responded with missile strikes, and it has some very powerful missiles, and it's destroyed at least half of Ukraine's power generation capacity. So people are sitting in Kiev, today, in the dark, in the freezing cold, and Russia's threatening to take out substations and actually plunge the entire country into darkness. And this is another factor pushing towards the ceasefires that's going on at the moment, because entire cities in Ukraine could become unlivable if the power is knocked out permanently. So they're bashing each other with sticks. Which is one of the impetuses to actually both sides to get this war done, because both sides are bloodying each other's nose each day that this goes on.
Ben Aris, thank you so much for joining us. Fascinating to have you on. And as you say, cautious optimism. We could finally see a deal coming into play this weekend. Once again, I appreciate your time.
My pleasure.
Now, Myanmar is set to hold its first general election since the military seized power in a coup just 5 years ago. Voting will be held in different parts of the country in 3 phases, with the second and third phases taking place in January. Critics say the vote won't restore the country's democracy nor end its devastating civil war. Patrick Falk has this report.
Calm in Yangon as Myanmar prepares to go to the polls this weekend, even as a civil war rages across swathes of the Southeast Asian nation. Ballots will be cast in 102 of the country's 330 townships, with further rounds due next month. There'll be no voting in 65 townships because of ongoing conflict with ethnic guerrilla groups and resistance forces. Still, the junta government says the election will return Myanmar to a multi-party democracy and bring power back to the people.
In the last couple of years, we have seen the decline of the military junta, the decline in military strength from the Burmese side. They're not 100% weak yet, but I think that this election is a sign that to continue with the civil war like it has always been in the last 4 or 5 years, it's very tough and it's really tiring for the Myanmar military.
The last time an election took place in Myanmar was in 2020, in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was annulled by the junta after military generals accused Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi and her National League for Democracy of electoral fraud following its landslide victory. Suu Kyi and many of her party members were detained along with thousands of junta opponents. Critics say the upcoming votes will be neither free nor fair and that power is likely to remain in the hands of military leader Min Aung Hlaing.
The junta's election is designed to prolong the military's power of slavery over people. The military generals are surviving in wealth with impunity to their crimes against the people and ethnic minority groups in the past. So, Min Aung Hlaing and the junta members intend to have their election to save themselves from the crimes they've committed. Their election can be assumed as not only fake and fraud, but it's also a blood-stained scheme. That's why we don't accept it.
Meanwhile, fighting in the country has intensified over the past year. One international monitor showed military air and drone strikes have increased by about 30% compared to the year before. Schools and medical facilities have been hit in near daily strikes. This month, dozens were killed in a strike on a hospital in opposition-controlled Rakhine State. The junta insists the polls have popular support. Spokesperson Zaw Min Tun said the election is being conducted for the people of Myanmar, not for the international community. Experts say many fear the election will only entrench the power of those responsible for a war that's claimed thousands of lives. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Now to Japan, where the cabinet has approved a record $58 billion defense budget amid rising tensions with China. The plan focuses on coastal defenses, strike-back missiles and unmanned drones, which is part of Tokyo's push to strengthen its military role. China has condemned this very move, saying Japan's growing military capabilities and recent space developments are destabilizing the region. For more on this, I'm joined by Asia political analyst Ross Darrell Feingold. Ross, a pleasure to have you on the show. So why do you think Japan has approved its largest ever defense budget at this particular time?
A number of factors led to this proposal. One, frankly, is pressure from the Trump administration. The first Trump administration put tremendous pressure on Japan, as well as other security partners in Asia like South Korea and the Philippines, to significantly spend more on their own defense. That doesn't mean that the Trump administration is walking away from its treaty obligations, although there's always lots of criticism and speculation in that regard. But the Trump administration has made very clear, we have a treaty obligation, but we expect you to do your part. The other factors are also quite straightforward, which is both China and North Korea present an ever-increasing risk to the security of Japan. And it's understandable, despite the rhetoric that comes out of China or North Korea, it's understandable that Japan is going to respond to that by spending more on their own defense.
And it's really interesting because, like you say, there's many reasons for why this has happened. But how likely is China to respond aggressively to Japan's growing military capabilities and also the space initiatives?
Well, one of the challenges here is, first, we have to understand we're in an arms race here in the Asia-Pacific region, whether that's Northeast Asia as well as Southeast Asia, and also South Asia between India and Pakistan. So the entire region is now in an arms race. But one of the interesting things about this, and it goes to your question, is these countries are going to continue doing what they're doing. So whatever criticism Japan makes verbally about the threat that they perceive from North Korea or China, that doesn't change what those countries do. And similarly, Japan spending more on its defense, or South Korea or Taiwan or the Philippines, that doesn't change what China does. China's going to continue to spend more on its own defense and investing in its capabilities as well. And that leads us to the situation where we are in an arms race in this part of the world. So unfortunately, in many ways, the parties, the countries are talking past each other. They're going to continue to invest more in their defense, and the potential for an armed conflict does increase.
And the US has approved a massive arms sale to Taipei of more than $10 billion. I find it interesting, and I want to ask you, why is America backing Japan militarily when it doesn't recognize Taiwan diplomatically?
Yeah, there are a number of complex issues that come into play with that as well. The U.S. does have a treaty obligation to defend Japan. That is abundantly clear. And again, despite the criticisms of President Trump about his willingness to fulfill those obligations, whether it's NATO or whether it's Japan and South Korea and the Philippines, he will. I think we have to assume that he understands what the U.S. obligations are. At the same time, the U.S. expects a partner like Japan to do its part and to spend more on its national defense. So President Trump's team is basically saying to Japan that we will do our part, but we expect you to do your part as well. And we think that for a very long period of time, you've underfunded your defense. And Japan is responding to that. Not just the current prime minister, she's only been in the job for 2 months, but her predecessors as well, going back to Abe Shinzo and his successors, leading up to the new prime minister, Takaichi. The recent Japan prime ministers have all sought to increase defense spending. Now, with regard to Taiwan, unlike Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines, the U.S. does not have a treaty obligation to defend Taiwan. But there is a domestic law in the United States, it's called the Taiwan Relations Act, which requires the United States to make available defensive weapons to Taiwan. And the United States has consistently done that for many decades. And this is basically more of the same. The scope might be larger, the scale might be bigger, but the United States has basically said to Taiwan, similar to what it says to Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, you have to do your part to defend yourself. And the Taiwan government is responding to that by saying, if you'll make weapons available to us, we will buy them.
And I think the big question, Ross, that lots of people are thinking of, and I know it's quite a basic question, but are we going to see Chinese military intervention in Taiwan right now? Can we expect a conflict on the horizon?
This is frankly very scary, especially speaking as somebody who lives in Taiwan. But what I frequently tell my Taiwan friends is you have to assume that there will be armed conflict, because the Chinese government has not given up that possibility. They've made that very clear. They've said, we hope for peaceful unification, but there are certain circumstances under which the Chinese side has said they will use military force. So the right thing for the Taiwan side to do is to prepare accordingly. It's not to assume, some people say, oh, China's a paper tiger. There'll be people who say that, well, China's economy is not growing as fast as it did 10, 15, 20 years ago, which is true. Or there are some people who say that China has corruption problems. That's true. There are some people who say that the generals at the top leadership of the People Liberation's Army have been repeatedly changed in recent years, including the defense minister, which is true as well. But that doesn't change the fact that China has invested enormous amounts of money in its military capabilities. Their capabilities continue to improve. As time goes by, they continue to improve their technology, the ability to conduct joint combat operations across the different theaters and across air and sea and land and the rocket force and cyber. So anyone here in Taiwan who doesn't treat that threat seriously is being a fool. And thus Taiwan really needs to prepare accordingly. And President Lai here in Taiwan is responding to that by proposing significant increases in defense spending.
Ross Darrell Feingold, absolutely fascinating to have you on the show. As always, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at the top business news. Silver has hit $75 an ounce for the first time as both precious and industrial metals hit record high. As the year draws to a close, gold has also reached a new peak of over $4,500 per ounce. President Trump has expressed interest in bringing Japan's popular Mini K cars to the U.S. He has reportedly rolled back regulations, clearing the way for American manufacturers to produce these smaller, more affordable vehicles. K cars are generally cheaper and simpler than the mid to large size cars commonly found on the roads across America. Turning to all the sports news now, and England cricketers are in deep trouble after a chaotic first day of the fourth Ashes test happening in Melbourne. Both teams struggled to score, with players getting out quickly as bowlers took control. England were out for just 110 runs, while Australia were also all bowled out for 152. By the end of the day, Australia were back batting again and hold a narrow lead into the second day of play. Newcastle United's football stadium and training ground plans are in limbo. That's according to head coach Eddie Howe, who says there's a 99.9% chance he'll not be around to see them completed. That comes as the club explores expanding St James Park or building a new stadium as work does continue on the upgrade to the Benton training ground. A quick reminder of our top stories. The US launches Christmas Day strikes against ISIS-linked militants in Nigeria. Zelensky says a meeting with Trump is happening soon as US peace proposals spark talks with Moscow. And Japan approves a record defense budget as tensions with China escalate over space and military developments. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with a W News Extra. Goodbye, happy Friday, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International media attention today ranged widely from U.S. military action in Nigeria to rising tensions in the Caribbean, where expanded patrols and diplomatic friction have underscored Washington's tougher regional posture. Alongside breaking geopolitical developments, many outlets published end-of-year roundups reflecting on 2025's defining crises and power shifts. Christmas coverage also featured prominently, with front pages carrying seasonal messages, political statements and symbolic gestures from world leaders marking the holiday. International media focused on U.S. strikes on ISIS in Nigeria, while American media framed the strikes as counter-terrorism actions shaped by U.S. domestic politics. Coverage stressed Trump's focus on protecting Christians and evangelical pressure, while noting that violence in Nigeria is complex and not purely religious. The New York Times outlines in its explainer the background and consequences of the recent U.S. airstrikes in northern western Nigeria, framed around President Trump's claims that Islamist militants are actually targeting Christians. The piece reviews Trump's threats also to cut aid and use force, Nigeria's rejection of those accusations, and the administration's escalation through military action. The explainer adds essential context on Nigeria's complex violence landscape, showing how religious, ethnic, and also criminal conflicts intersect, while noting the lack of clear evidence supporting Washington's central justification. The New York Times also offered a clear, comprehensive overview of the Islamic State's evolution from a territorial caliphate to a decentralized global threat. The explainer effectively traces ISIS' origins, decline in Iraq and Syria, and also resurgence through affiliates, particularly in Africa and also Asia. By distinguishing between directed, enabled, and inspired attacks, the piece adds analytical depth while grounding its narrative in recent, high-profile violence. It underscores why ISIS remains a persistent security concern despite military defeats. The Guardian argues that Trump's decision to strike Nigeria was shaped less by a clear-cut humanitarian emergency than by U.S. domestic politics. The piece highlights how conservative media, evangelical groups, and Republican lawmakers have long amplified claims of Christian persecution in Nigeria turning the issue into a rallying cause for Trump's base. It also contends that although framed as protecting Christians, the strikes reflect political signaling at home, even as analysts and Nigerian officials stress that the country's violence is far more complex and not solely religious. The Wall Street Journal offers a detailed, high-stakes account of the U.S. Coast Guard's pursuit of the sanctioned oil tanker Bella 1, framing it as a flashpoint in Washington's escalating crackdown on illicit oil networks tied to Iran and also Venezuela. The piece explains the legal basis, the military preparations, and the risks of boarding a hostile vessel on the high seas. It also situates the chase within broader geopolitical pressure on Nicolas Maduro and Iran's shadow fleet. And as the year draws to a close, many publications turn to end-of-year roundups reflecting on the defining political, economic, and cultural stories of 2025. These pieces assess major global trends, key leaders, conflicts, and also social shifts, while also looking ahead to the challenges and priorities expected to shape 2026. Foreign policy frames 2025 as a turbulent turning point in U.S.-China relations, marked by tariff escalations, uneasy truces, and widening strategic mistrust. The roundup shows how Trump's return amplified volatility across trade, technology, education, and also security, while exposing China's leverage and accelerating Beijing's push for self-reliance. It concludes that rivalry has hardened into a defining feature of global politics, costly, unstable, and also increasingly detached from the everyday interests of ordinary Americans. Foreign policy also presents 2005 as a watershed year for Gen Z-led protest movements, challenging assumptions about youth apathy. The piece traces how economic pressure, corruption, and also digital organizing fueled rapid uprisings across the global south, toppling governments in places like Nepal, Peru, and Madagascar. The piece balances optimism with caution, stressing that while protests proved powerful, sustaining influence after victory remains the hardest test for young movements, navigating entrenched institutions and military power. In the U.S., Christmas coverage focused mainly on political messages, with leaders using holiday greetings to promote their views, attack opponents, and call for unity, showing how even Christmas was shaped by the country's political divisions. Newsweek contrasted President Trump's Christmas message with those of Barack Obama and Joe Biden, highlighting stark differences in tone and also intent. The analysis contends that Trump combined traditional holiday greetings with partisan attacks and self-praise on Truth Social, while issuing a more conventional message through the White House. It goes on to say that by comparison, Obama and Biden offered brief, inclusive messages focused on family, hope, and unity. The piece underscores how Trump continues to use even holiday messaging to reinforce political divisions and project his governing narrative. The Times, on the other hand, reviews Pope Leo XIV's first Christmas message, highlighting its unusual direct condemnation of conditions in Gaza and his appeal for dialogue to end the war in Ukraine. The report recounts how, speaking at St. Peter's Basilica, the Pope linked the nativity story to the suffering of displaced Palestinians and other vulnerable populations worldwide. The piece underscores Leo's early papacy themes of solidarity with the weak, criticism of war, and moral responsibility, marking a more outspoken and global tone. The Telegraph reported on Prince Andrew's continued exclusion from the royal family's Christmas gathering at Sandringham, underscoring his isolation amid ongoing scandals linked to Jeffrey Epstein. The piece explains that while Andrew spent the day alone near Windsor, his daughters, Princesses Beatrice and Eugene, joined King Charles III and senior royals at the traditional church service. The piece also contrasts Andrew's absence with the public warmth surrounding the wider family, highlighting efforts to protect the monarchy's image while reaffirming support for his daughters. And we'll stay in the UK as The Independent published a new poll delivering a damaging verdict on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, showing deep unease within his own party. The poll, which was commissioned by The Independent, shows around 38% of Labour voters believe the party would perform better at the next election if Starmer were replaced, compared with just 13% who think it would do worse. Now, the poll also shows Andy Burnham emerging as the most popular alternative leader, highlighting growing pressure on Starmer amid speculation of internal challenges. French media focused on budget deadlock, reporting that Parliament passed a stopgap special law after failing to agree on the 2026 budget. Coverage stresses political fragmentation, delayed reforms, and uncertainty as debates are pushed into January. Le Monde's editorial had something to say about this, as it sharply criticizes France's growing budgetary paralysis following President Macron's 2024 dissolution of the parliament. It also argues that reliance on a stopgap special law for the 2026 budget reflects deep political fragmentation, and it also risks normalizing dysfunction. The article warns that prolonged deadlock fuels public mistrust, democratic fatigue, and strengthens extremist currents ahead of the 2027 presidential election. And we'll end in the Middle East as Israel Hayom examines growing internal divisions inside the Trump administration ahead of talks between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, focusing on Gaza, Iran, and the West Bank annexation. The piece indeed highlights evangelical pressure in Washington, which is pushing Israeli sovereignty over parts of the West Bank, even as U.S. public support remains limited. It also explains that a split has emerged between pragmatists like Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and hardliners led by Marco Rubio, revealing competing visions for regional strategy and conflict resolution. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
A list of names, a smoking gun, justice for victims, or just more fuel for an ongoing political conspiracy. The Epstein files are set to be made public. After 10 months of pushback, President Trump says he'll sign off on their release. But why now? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome to America Unfiltered with me, your host, Ellie Cohanim in New York, where we'll be discussing the stories shaping America and reshaping the world. From national debates to global affairs, we'll be looking at the stories making headlines right now. Let's get started. This week, my guest is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large for Newsweek, Senior Counsel for the Article 3 Project, and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Josh, you've been a leading voice in the conservative movement. You were a good friend of Charlie Kirk's. From what I understand, you were in touch on an almost daily basis. Can you share with us your assessment of where the conservative movement is now in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination?
Well, Ellie, happy to answer that. First of all, just want to say it's great to be with you on your brand new show, and wishing you a hearty congratulations on this wonderful new show as well. I hope that it is extraordinarily successful. So Charlie was a friend of mine, much as you are a friend as well, Ellie. And Charlie and I had gotten closer over the final year and a half or so, give or take, of his life. And it's true, we actually were in touch as recently as less than 24 hours prior to his tragic assassination on September 10th. In fact, the night before, he actually had organized a Zoom call with me, with Rabbi Pesach Wilicki, and a couple others, just trying to talk through strategies for his forthcoming campus tour, especially when it comes to trying to combat hatred of Jews and anti-Israel animus and so forth on college campuses. So we were in touch, and his loss is a monumental one, and it is one that we are still feeling. And to your question, is actually not at all a coincidence in my mind that you've now seen the floodgates of all of some just utterly horrific, seething hatred and animus that has burst through the floodgates in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination. In hindsight, it seems pretty obvious, and some of us recognize this while he was still alive, but it should be deeply obvious to those now in hindsight, if it wasn't at the time, that Charlie really was the glue holding a lot of the American right together, that in many ways he and his organization were the dam holding up a lot of the floodgates of some really nasty and dark stuff. So in the tragic aftermath of Charlie now, I think you're seeing a lot of individuals who are cynically trying to jockey for market share and trying to exploit his death to try to hijack the movement, to try to take in a particularly dark or conspiratorial direction. And a lot of it is fairly ugly. No one knows that, Ellie, more than me, especially after Candace Owens accused me of having foreknowledge and therefore complicity in Charlie's assassination, and an utterly mentally insane thing to say that once upon a time would have been fit for a lunatic asylum in this country. But following that, Ellie, I mean, I can't even tweet "the sky is blue" without getting a flood of Nazis in the replies of my social media feed. So it's nasty. Some of it happens, I think, to be bot foreign funded. It actually was a brand new study just this week from the NCRA, the Network Contagion Research Institute, showing that a lot of Nick Fuentes' social media traction seems to come from foreign bot farms in places like Pakistan and Nigeria and so forth. But some of it is organic, some of it is real. And there are real divides. Not all of it is foreign. There are indeed some very real divides. And those of us who are on the pro-Western civilization side of this argument have our hands full right now, because we are dealing with a lot of folks who think of themselves perhaps as being of, for, and by the right, but they're really not. They're actually of, for, and by team barbarism, not team civilization, as Charlie would have phrased it. So Ellie, we got to do the best we can on a day in, day out basis there. I'm fighting the good fight. I know that you are as well, and God willing, we will prevail in this.
Yeah, and Josh, you brought a lot to this particular subject right now. I'd love to break it down a little bit for the audience. Specifically, you mentioned Candace Owens launching personal attacks against you, and figures like Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson. A lot of people are saying that they're noticing real anti-Semitism coming from these personalities and others who are identified with the right wing of the political spectrum in the United States. So what's your take on what's happening right now with these figures, and where does it leave Republicans as they get ready for the midterms and the 2028 presidential election?
Well, these folks are saying invariably really, really awful things. And once upon a time, Ellie, the American right was constituted such that there was not room for this sort of talk. And I think what I can identify, Ellie, if I'm being most charitable, if I'm trying to be most charitable here, some folks actually seem to have animus, whether it's Jew hatred or just racism or misogyny, in their bones. I have no doubt that at this point Tucker Carlson actually really hates Jewish people. I have no doubt that Candace Owens hates Jewish people. But when it comes to some of the apologists for quote-unquote platforming these individuals there, the most charitable way that I can possibly put it is that you have some folks who are looking at the big tech censorship fights from 2017, 2018, 2019, including 2020 and the very controversial election that we had here in the U.S. I think a lot of folks are looking at that, and now they're running to the complete opposite end, where they have such PTSD, they have such trauma from all the big tech censorship fights, that now they just say, okay, it doesn't matter what he's saying, just platform, 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 platform. But there's a difference between saying that someone has a First Amendment legal right to voice opinions, or perhaps even that you have a moral right to access a certain venue, such as Rumble, which bills itself as an all-out free speech website, maybe even YouTube. It's very different to say that you have either a legal right or a personal, civil, or moral right to access a certain platform and to spew your bile. That's different than saying that that person and his or her opinions are welcome as part of the coalition, are welcome as part of the fold. Those are not the same thing. And I think a lot of folks are deeply conflating it. Just because someone vaguely codes him or herself as being on the right does not mean that that person is actually on the right in a big alliance, a building block, coalition sense of the term. By the way, we've mentioned Charlie Kirk numerous times. Literally no one understood this greater than Charlie Kirk. There is no one that Charlie Kirk opposed more vociferously over the entire course of his career, over his tragically truncated career. There is not a single person who he more vehemently opposed than Nick Fuentes. He opposed Nick Fuentes louder and clearer and with a more fiery passion in his belly than any single figure on the left over the years. And because there's numerous reasons for that, but he saw in Nick Fuentes, who was a Holocaust-denying, deeply racist, an epic fool, just an epically foolish and horrible human being. He saw in him a threat to his own cause. He saw in him someone who would discredit the right, and therefore would have voters run away from the right towards the left because they wouldn't want to be associated for really at all with someone who is effectively a Nazi. Now, the conservative movement has had these battles. They've had these fights going back for many, many, many years. Many of us have heard the stories of a previous generation's battles back in the 1960s when it comes to the John Birch Society and things like that there. I don't think that we need to rehash this, but it's worth stipulating that if you are in the art of conserving something, Ellie, if you are involved in conserving something, which is literally what it means to be a conservative, you are attempting to conserve and preserve this civilizational cultural inheritance from one generation to the next, in what Edmund Burke famously described as an intergenerational compact between the dead, the living, and the yet unborn. If that is what it means to be conservative, and that's what I think it means to be conservative, if that's what it means, then by definition, boundaries must be drawn. Because if you are paradoxically trying to conserve everything at the same time, aka platform everyone, ironically, you're actually conserving nothing at all.
And Josh, my last question on this topic, some people are pointing fingers at the national conservatism movement. Do you see any fault in that movement in where we are right now?
Ellie, look, I have been a part of the national conservatism movement since the start. I thought that it was an attempt to orient the American right in an intellectually healthy direction, away from the liberal abstractions of yesteryear, and trying to become a more tangible, practical vehicle to really help the men and women of this country. That is the reason that I was attracted to it. I also personally am a nationalist. I vehemently oppose universalism and globalism. I believe in the nation state. So there's been a lot to love about the National Conservatism Conference. I am concerned that the leaders of the movement have done an insufficient job in trying to patrol the boundaries of this particular coalition and trying to define what it is that the movement stands for and what it is that the movement does not stand for. Now, in fairness, going back to the very first conference we had back in Washington, D.C., back in 2019, I was there. At the time, I was covering it as a journalist. I wasn't even a speaker. I remember my friend David Bragg, one of the co-founders of the NACA movement, saying very clearly in his speech that if you are a racist or white supremacist, there's the door, go see yourself out, you're not welcome here, period, full stop, end of story. So they've opposed racism, anti-Semitism, etc. since day one. But as the situation on the right has deteriorated, I think that the leaders of the movement have failed to police and patrol the boundaries and to orient this in a healthier direction there. So I was very personally disappointed in some of the speeches from the movement's leaders that I heard at the September 2025 conference, the one a few months ago that I personally spoke at there. And I would expect, Ellie, that I will be less involved with the movement going forward because I'm very disappointed with how the leaders have handled it. But that's not to say that there are not some good ideas there. There are. But it has failed to keep up with the current times, and the leaders have failed to keep it heading in a healthy and viable direction.
Well, so you're perhaps sharing some breaking news with us, and I hope that the leaders of the movement do take perhaps what you're sharing is a bit of a wake-up call to them. Josh, I want to move us on to a book that you've recently published titled Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West, which is described as, quote, a next-generation manifesto declaring that the fate of Western civilization depends on the security and thriving of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. With that lens, Josh, how do you view the current Israel-Gaza negotiations?
Well, the current negotiations, Ellie, seem to me to really not be going anywhere in a hurry, which is something that I could have seen coming. I'm sure that you could have seen coming. Anyone who's been around the block and has followed Israel's recurring invariable fights against radical Islamist jihadists, I mean, anyone who's followed this for years now could, I think, have easily seen coming that Hamas is not going to simply just lay down their arms and disarm, as the Trump administration's 20-ish point peace plan called for. And the reason that they're not going to do so is actually very, very simple. It's literally in their charter. They can't do it. They are ideologically committed to not laying down their arms. There was actually just an exchange that the wretched Anna Kasparian, Cenk Uyghur's sparring partner or his teammate, Anna Kasparian, was on Bill Maher's show and Bill Maher said, oh, you know, Hamas will just keep on trying to kill Israel. And Kasparian says, well, how do you know that, Bill? And he says, well, it's literally in their charter. Because it is. Hamas does not mince words, Ellie. This stuff's actually publicly accessible. A lot of folks who have not Googled it, you should really just go ahead and Google it. It's available via the Yale Law School library. You can go and literally read the Hamas founding charter. It's from the late 1980s, 1987, 1988, right around there. They say that they aim to kill all the Jews of Israel. And by the way, they want to kill all the Jews around the world. And as if that's not good enough, their actual goal is to kill all so-called infidels, which is all Christians as well, and frankly, a lot of Muslims as well, really all Muslims who do not subscribe to their uniquely toxic brand of Sharia supremacist ideology. So these are just a horrific batch of 7th century aspiring Sharia supremacist radicals, and they're not going to lay down their arms anytime soon because they can't, because their entire life's purpose is to not lay down their arms. And anyone who is not a fool, I think, should have seen this coming. It's one of the reasons that I was personally advocating so hard for Israel to finish this job quickly, to not let this drag out there before the overwhelming pressure and the diplomacy just kind of takes over there and there's no military action left. That's not exactly what happened. And this is just kind of the story of Israel's existence, isn't it? I mean, having these recurring problems in Gaza. The northern border that Israel has with Lebanon is suddenly a little hotter all of a sudden. It's nothing close to what it was as recently as 2 years ago, but it's still getting a little hotter than what it was last summer after the death of Hassan Nasrallah and other actors like that there. This is very much kind of just the story of Israel's existence. And to kind of take it back to the themes of my book, Israel and Civilization, if the United States and if Western civilization more generally cares about itself, it will recognize that this is a very stark moral and strategic dichotomy between a deeply important player in the region, the wellspring, the birthplace of Western civilization, also the canary in the coal mine when it comes to Islamist hegemony in the region. It will look at that on the one side, and then this Sharia supremacist 7th century aspiring jihadist death cult on the other side, and will say, just let them do their thing. So look, if the president, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, if they want to continue to try to negotiate some sort of viable, sustainable way that this works out, that's fine. I have absolutely no objection to that in principle. I'm just saying in practice, Ellie, I don't understand how it could possibly work and how Hamas could just voluntarily lay down their arms. They are saying, by the way, the most recent thing I saw is that Hamas is now saying that they're open to possibly finding some warehouse to lay down their arms there. I will believe that when I see it. It kind of reminds me of the word hunna, which roughly translates, Westerners translate it typically as a ceasefire, but for jihadists, the notion of a hunna is actually not a true ceasefire in the Western English language sense of the term. It refers to kind of a strategic, momentarily cessation of hostilities to allow that group to rearm then for future hostilities. That's what's going on there, and I'll be skeptical, frankly, if it's anything other than that.
Well, and I think any honest observer of the Middle East knows that Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization. They're not going to be giving up their arms easily. But Josh, what that brings me to is your book and the notion that you argue that Israel is the tip of the spear for Western civilization, while at the same time we're seeing perhaps less and less support for Israel in the American public. How do those two trends work with each other, and what is your argument for why the U.S. should be continuing to support Israel?
Well, Ellie, the reason I think fewer Americans are supporting Israel today is because fewer Americans, frankly, support America today. There are fewer Americans who understand what it actually is to be an American in the first place, what it actually is that made this country, what made it great, and what will keep it great there. There's a reason that historically it's been a close correlation between optimism, approval ratings of the country, confidence in America's future, and support for Israel. So, for instance, after 9/11, which was just a horrific atrocity on September 11, 2001, in the year and a half-ish that followed, President Bush had astronomically high approval ratings. And people were very confident there because this is before his collapse, but at the time they viewed him as a very, very strong leader. And they were confident about America's future because we were going to go in and get the bad guys, get bin Laden, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a coincidence that around that time, that's when U.S. support for Israel completely skyrocketed. It was around the highest polling incidents or highest polling timelines of U.S. support for Israel, really in the post-1948 history of the modern Jewish state. And again, you see that now playing out as well, because Americans, based on all the polling that I see, are not particularly confident about the country. They're not particularly optimistic about the future, whether it comes to threats, foreign and domestic, whether it comes in the form of the Chinese Communist Party or Russia or Iran or whoever the case may be, or whether it comes in the form of domestic social maladies as well, when it comes to doom scrolling and addiction to Instagram and TikTok and our big tech oligarchs, whether it comes in the form of drugs, of horrific fentanyl overdoses and all of that there, the despondency, loneliness. A lot of things are very much on the rise that are not indicative or conducive of a healthy society. We've also seen in recent decades precipitously declining rates of Americans who attend religious houses of worship, especially Christians who are simply not attending church or not describing themselves as Bible-believing Christians at a rate anywhere close to what was the norm in America for a very, very long time. So to me, it seems almost self-evident that support for Israel would decline amidst all of these particular trends. But Ellie, I've said for my entire adult lifetime, my entire political commentary career, that there's not a panacea, but if there's one thing that's as close to a panacea as possible, that's as close to a one-size-fits-all solution, if I could just snap my fingers and here's what I would do to solve the vast majority of America's social, economic, et cetera, all of our maladies there, it really would be to have a new religious awakening in this country. And that would solve so many of our worries. It would have people start dating again, get married again, start having children again there. They would find meaning and purpose there. They would shy away from drugs and various other vices there. And they also would make common cause with the American founders, who were a biblically literate, intimately biblically literate group of men. And they saw as deep inspiration for their project, for the founding of America, they saw as deep inspiration the ancient story of Israel and the Hebrew Bible more generally. It's not an accident that this group of pious, devout Christian men, at times they wanted to make the national seal of the United States Moses parting the Red Sea with the Israelites trailing behind. That was Benjamin Franklin's proposal. It's not an accident that you had men like John Adams, our second president, describe the Hebrews as the greatest civilization that ever lived because they introduced monotheism to the world. These two things are related. When you have more God and Scripture in your life, you're going to have a more, I think, intimately familiar relationship with the roots of all of that, which really kind of takes you back to support for Israel. So that is kind of one of the things that I most fervently hope for. I don't think that's necessary, by the way. I don't think it's necessary to support U.S.-Israel relations. You can absolutely support U.S.-Israel relations if you are an agnostic atheist. I don't think it particularly matters there. But just kind of looking at a broader whole, I think that would be the easiest way, frankly, not just to boost U.S.-Israel relations, but really just to boost America in general would be to have some sort of religious awakening in this country.
Josh, that's really interesting what you're saying about religiosity, and it kind of ties back to our conversation about Charlie Kirk. His book that just came out that he was writing is about the Jewish Sabbath, and it's interesting to note that his mostly Christian audience is resonating so much with this idea of taking a day of rest that comes out of Judaism and the Jewish tradition. So I do hope that more people will read that book and also heed your call for that. But I'd love to now turn to another area of your expertise, which is the American legal tradition. Depending on who you ask regarding President Trump's immigration policies, it's either some of his most popular or most controversial. Meanwhile, just last week, the Supreme Court agreed to hear the case on birthright citizenship. Josh, can you walk us through the significance of that?
Sure. So this is one of Donald Trump's first executive orders that he issued on January 20th, 2025, where he is seeking to end birthright citizenship for the children, at least of illegal aliens, possibly for the children of certain types of legal aliens as well, but a minimum for children of illegal aliens. So, Ellie, the context before we dive in here is that America is one of only 30-ish countries in the world that has this policy, that has automatic citizenship for anyone who is born on our soil. Essentially, period, full stop, end of story. There are some exceptions if you are the son or daughter of a diplomat, of an ambassador, a consul general, etc., does not apply. But for the most part, America, Canada, we're two of the only 30 countries in the world. So we're already very much an outlier. Now, if you listen to how the media reports this, Ellie, they will often say, oh, the Supreme Court has long held that the 14th Amendment requires birthright citizenship for the children of legal aliens. No, it doesn't. No, it literally doesn't. How do I know? Because I've studied this very, very closely since law school. I have written and studied it at great length, actually. So the relevant legal language, we're talking here about Section 1, Clause 1 of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, which says, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not reading it verbatim, but it basically says, every person born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be a citizen of the United States and of the state in which he or she was born. And the purpose of this clause, Ellie, taking us back to 1868 when this amendment was ratified, the purpose was to overturn a case called Dred Scott, which came out about a decade earlier, Dred Scott versus Sanford, the single most egregious case in the history of the United States Supreme Court, where they infamously held that it's appallingly racist, appallingly terrible legal logic. They said that black people were not and could not be citizens of the United States. So the clear intent of the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, which was 3 years after the end of the Civil War, was to make sure that black people were citizens, period. That's the entire point here. It had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens, with the drug cartels, the traffickers. Now, the legal debate hinges upon how one interprets that qualifying phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So the pro-birthright citizenship for illegals crowd will say that subject to the jurisdiction thereof simply means that you're here. And you're subject to the jurisdiction because if you commit a crime, we will prosecute you for homicide. If you commit a tort, we can sue you for battery or for larceny or whatever the case may be there. But that doesn't actually add up, does it? Because it would be legally superfluous language. It's not actually necessary. It's obvious. You don't have to write that. It is obvious that if you are on soil and you commit a crime, you can be prosecuted, unless you have some sort of bespoke diplomatic immunity that applies to literally everyone. So what does subject to the jurisdiction thereof actually mean? Fortunately, we actually know the answer to that. Because if you look back and you look at the men who actually drafted the 14th Amendment, men like Senator Jacob Howard of Michigan, men like Senator Lyman Trumbull of Illinois, they say very clearly that the purpose was to constitutionalize, to grant an imprimatur of constitutional legitimacy retroactively to a statute that Congress passed 2 years prior called the Civil Rights Act of 1866. And that particular law speaks of, instead of subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it says, and not subject to a foreign power. So now the light bulb's going off, because the actual then meaning then of subject to the jurisdiction means that you are not subject to a foreign power.
Josh, I'm going to jump in there and just ask, do you think it's possible the Supreme Court might overturn birthright citizenship?
Unfortunately, Ellie, I am not optimistic about this. I would love nothing more than to be wrong, because I think that it is a horrific public policy that incentivizes the cartels and the trafficking rings, encourages birth tourism, all sorts of other terrible things. It is a ludicrous policy. It should have ended a very long time ago, but I don't see it happening, unfortunately, when it comes to this current Supreme Court. I see maybe 1 or 2 votes, Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito. I think everyone else is a question mark. Maybe you get a Gorsuch, maybe a Kavanaugh. Honestly, if I had to predict, Ellie, I would be skeptical that you get any more than Clarence Thomas or Sam Alito. So unfortunately, I don't think that this argument is going to fly at the Supreme Court, which says nothing about, frankly, the legal merits of the Trump executive order, which is legally sound. It says everything, frankly, about the somewhat squishy nature of some of the Republican nominated justices at the Supreme Court. I very much hope to be wrong. I genuinely pray that I'm wrong. It's a very important policy, and America has to get it right. But unfortunately, I don't necessarily see it happening with the current court.
Josh, it's interesting because you're talking about Republicans on the Supreme Court, but I wanted to also ask you about Democrats who seem to be using the lower courts and the U.S. justice system to impede Trump's overall agenda, his immigration agenda. Do you think that Democrats are going to be successful? Are they going to be able to run the clock out on the Trump administration?
They might. They definitely might. So there was a case at the court last term called CASA, which was a fairly strong ruling, a 6-3 ruling, where they said that the notion of a so-called nationwide injunction, the notion that a lower court can just bring the entire government to a halt with just a lone single district court judge, that this flies in the face of the constitutional order and is offensive to a constitutional order. But they did leave some wiggle room. They did say that in very, very, very exceptional cases, blah, 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 ... maybe it might be appropriate. So there's that. There's also some other creative workarounds that some of these left-wing lower court judges have already been implementing to get around the CASA decision. So, for instance, they've been trying to certify a very large class of people when it comes to class action litigation under Rule 23 of the Civil Procedure Rules. That's been a longstanding point of debate between liberal and conservative justices. There's actually the late Justice Antonin Scalia, a strong conservative who was very opposed to this free-flowing liberal granting of massive class action certifications there. So there are some long-standing unresolved tensions when it comes to some of this, and these are some of the tools that the courts are still using to try to run out the clock, as you correctly put it. We'll see. Stronger action is ultimately needed. I want to see some impeachment articles filed. I want to see some judges impeached. Judge Boasberg in D.C. would be a very good candidate. I would like to see Congress pass jurisdiction stripping legislation, trying to strip federal jurisdiction from certain lower courts, possibly even trying to abolish some entire judgeships outright. That is their power under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. So stronger remedies are currently called for at this time because, Ellie, you're absolutely right that unless those strong remedies come, frankly, ASAP, there is a real chance that the judicial insurrection could run out the clock on this administration.
Well, Josh, you and I have covered so much. Thank you for joining me.
Ellie, it's been an absolute pleasure. Congratulations again on the new show, and God bless you, my friend. I hope to see you very soon.
That's all we've got time for, Josh. Thanks so much for joining me and sharing your insights. You've been watching America Unfiltered with Ellie Cohanim from New York. Until next time, goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, a tireless, fearless and trailblazing journalist and writer, Baria Alamuddin is known just as much for her advocacy as she is for her impactful and highly analytical writing. I have the great pleasure of welcoming Baria Alamuddin here for a special interview on the sidelines of the Manama Dialogue in Bahrain. Baria, thank you for making time.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Baria, the Manama Dialogue has been going on for more than 2 decades now. I know you've been part of it for such a long time. Tell me why you think this particular gathering of power brokers, of writers, of geopolitical analysts and thinkers, politicians, why is it important and what can it bring to the region?
Well, as you know, we live in a very turbulent world. And I've been coming to this Manama dialogue for 21 years now. I do love Bahrain, I must admit. It's a small island, and the people are lovely, and you feel safe, and the atmosphere is nice. Running away from the bad weather in London is not a bad idea.
Never a bad idea.
Yes. And also, I must admit, this gathering is a very important one. And not only of this specific time, but it has been all along. They managed to bring together security personnel and ministers and many also coming from the world of intelligence as well. As you see as well, there are many people that are coming from centers of studies. You sort also build a friendship on a one-year term. So every year you meet the same people and you say hello to the same people. And as a writer and writing a column, it's really important for me to come to the region and to meet with the people of the region, but also to meet with all these security people and intelligence people and my colleagues. It's been extremely useful for me over the years, and it's developing more and more and more, and it's getting bigger and bigger, which is quite interesting. I like also the side meetings that happen.
They're always important at events like this. As someone who is on the inside and has connections across so many different delegations, how important do you think those sideline bilateral meetings are? Do they sort of set the scene for maybe what we see politicians announce and shake hands on in the months to come?
Announce or don't announce. Sometimes you will hear politicians that come and don't say hardly anything. These are the important ones. It's the sidelines meeting where people speak off the record and people say their mind, and you discuss and you hear stories that you don't read in the newspapers, and you learn more things. Also, over the years, you develop certain friendships, and people feel they trust you. They're, when you say off the record, it's definitely off the record. It's not. And as I say, I think people also come to Bahrain, honestly, and not only for this, but for the Bahrainis are known for being such kind people that they receive you warmly, and I think people like the food as well here. They like the gathering. It's the tradition of the meeting of these people. We must also say that this is a very critical time for the region, as you know, and the world at large. So I'm looking forward for the next 2 days, and my schedule is full of, these appointments on the side of the big meetings in the big room.
It is. About 1 year ago, in an opinion piece, I think it was just before last year's Manama Dialogue, you wrote, "Our world lacks guardrails because conflict resolution bodies like the UN Security Council have been paralysed by superpower rivalries." Are we in a better position or a worse position than we were 1 year ago?
I think a worse position. The UN is rendered completely ineffective. Nobody listens to the UN. Some presidents of the world make fun of it and don't respect it. So I'm afraid we are, and it's something that we really need these days. The UN has never been more needed. If it is to find peace and security in the world, but also for refugees, for help with all sorts of things like UNRWA, for example, in Gaza. I think what we need to do is strengthen our international organizations, the UN with all its branches, and need to come back. Do I see it coming soon? No, which is really unfortunate. I would like that the world wakes up. I hope they're not waiting for a big catastrophe for them to wake up, because as you know, the UN was actually constituted after the war, and we really need to revive it and give it respect and security and money as well.
Your book, Militia State, was published in 2022, and even though it focuses primarily on Iraq, it does analyse how Iran projects its power across the region, considering the strikes we've seen recently in Iran, but also the dismantling of many of Iran's allies across the region. How do you assess Iran's place in the region today?
much, much, much weaker than when I wrote this piece. And I'm happy to say that. You know, Iran is a Muslim country. There is no reason it should not have the best relations with the region at large and all the Muslim world and the world at large, except that they have in their constitution that they should actually send their revolution outside their borders, which is really bad. They built these proxy armies like the PMU, PMF in Iraq, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, like the Houthis in Iran, like the Hamas in Gaza and parts of the West Bank. It doesn't work like this when you try to dismantle peace and security in other areas. And they were boasting about it. Iraq is still under the influence of Iran, completely under the influence of Iran. Although they have been weakened, it's their gateway to the Arab world. And I called my book Militia State because I could not call it Iraq. It wasn't Iraq. It was completely controlled. It's still controlled. The Hashd al-Shabi actually costs the Iraqi government $4 billion. We don't know where this $4 billion goes, and we don't know what's going to happen in the new elections. People are not very optimistic because of Iranian intervention and Iranian domination of Iraqi politics. So this is sad, and also not only that, but they used to threaten to say that Bahrain even is part of Iran. Again, I would say that because Iran is much weaker, it is now trying to make good relations with all its neighbors. Do I believe it? No, I don't believe it. But let's hope they will learn, and let's hope that they will concentrate on the good of their own people. The Iranians should be living in great security and affluence, etc. There is poverty in Iran. I think inflation runs at about 40%. It's a dismal economic situation in Iran.
If we turn to your home country, Lebanon, with some recent news out of there in previous days, the Lebanese president has called on the army to confront Israeli incursions in the south. And as we know, that's usually been Hezbollah's domain, to confront Israel in the south.
Badly, they confronted Israel badly, and they were defeated. They were inflating, and they were telling us lies. They were saying to us that they can defeat the mighty Israeli army. You see,
now that we have the president saying the Lebanese government, the Lebanese army are the ones who are going to now take on that role, what do you read into that?
I feel proud when my president says that he is going to tell the Lebanese army. But I worry about the Lebanese army because, you see, Israel doesn't fight alone. Israel fights with all the intelligence from the American state, from Europe, from many countries in Europe. They say something and they do something else. This double standard has become, the norm of the day these days. They say we should stop the killing, we should have peace, but they give Israel arms and ammunitions and planes and whatever. So I do worry about the Lebanese army because the Lebanese army, as I said, is no match to, there is the pride element. Hezbollah never really defeated Israel as such. I think Israel is on a course which is a very bad for the Israeli state, for the Israelis, because also there is many Israelis that are losing their lives, that are psychologically sick, and also it has become a pariah state in the world. Never in my life I would have thought that I will see the international community, the people. You see, people talk about peace and these agreements between a country like Bahrain and the Emirates. This tells you that the Arabs really want peace. They don't want war, either with Iran or with Israel. But it takes two to tango. Israel should not also attack Lebanon and should stop. We signed an agreement with them. You see, they're making the disarming of Hezbollah more difficult because Hezbollah is saying, how do you want me to disarm every day? My people are getting killed and they are attacking my villages. They're attacking my schools. They're attacking my everything, homes, everything. So in a way, I am proud that, but do I feel that the Lebanese army can defeat the United States of America and Israel and the many European countries? No. Israel doesn't fight alone.
If we're speaking of Israel, the ceasefire in Gaza appears to be increasingly fragile. President Trump says the war is over, but that is a vastly different thing to there being peace in that part of the world. You've written extensively about state and non-state actors in the region. So to your mind, how dangerous is this period of time for Gaza when we consider the potential for a power vacuum?
Yes, I think a power vacuum should not be an option for Gaza because, as we know, there are Hamas elements, and we know Hamas is not exactly the kindest of organizations. People brand it as a terrorist organization. And indeed, the 7th of October was a disaster, not only for the Israelis, but for the peace in the Middle East and for the people of Palestine and Gaza and the region at large. The atrocities we have seen committed after that are unbearable to mention even. So I think what should happen, I think this plan was launched before it's being prepared. So we don't see the armies ready. Now they're discussing which countries are going to give personnel to help with the peace. We don't know who it is. Would this ceasefire last? I don't know. Definitely we see that President Trump is now finally trying to influence Netanyahu to stop, actually ordering him to stop. And you hear in Israel that Israel is not an independent state. It's now ruled by the United States. If it is ruling it is to stop the fighting, that's a good way, I think, of doing it. We should try and limit these elements like Hamas and the Houthis and Al-Hashd al-Sha'bi and of course Hezbollah, not only limit the role, but they should be not there at all. Iraq supposedly the Hashd was supposed to be part of the Houthi efforts and the Hezbollah efforts. We saw that they acted in a very cowardly way, and what they do is now they are like a mafia inside Iraq. They wreak havoc. They take the money. We don't know where the money goes. There is actually no electricity in a summer of 50 degrees in Iraq, and this is a country that has the second biggest reserve of oil. I mean, one cannot even imagine it. And schools are deteriorating. The economic life is also like this. So there should not be at all the presence of these elements, as I said. And I hope and I pray that they find some kind of force, Arab force or others, that can monitor the peace until they can train some Palestinian forces to take care of the peace in Gaza. That is, if the peace holds.
Turning away from regional affairs to your own career itself, you've interviewed numerous powerful women over a very long and illustrious career, no less Benazir Bhutto, Margaret Thatcher and Indira Gandhi. I want to know, in the dealings you've had with those women in such powerful positions, do you think women can bring something special to leadership that men can't or don't to leadership roles?
I don't think, I'm sure that they can bring. I remember with the late Indira Gandhi, and I was the last journalist to see her alive and interview her a few hours before she was killed in her home. She said to me, we women see details that men are not able to see. We women are multifunctional, and we see that in our homes. When you work, you take care of your husbands, of the affairs of the house, you manage it, you have children, you take care of them. So I am very sure. Also, there is a certain empathy and tenderness about women that most men don't have in general, which I think is needed to govern a country or a people or to manage affairs of a state. I'm very happy to see that women are moving forward in the world, but not enough.
What about in this particular part of the world? How do you assess women's role in leadership positions in the region?
I am so proud of women in this region. You know, when I come to a country like Bahrain, where women have started education amongst the first Arab nationals actually to start, and they work everywhere. Banking is led by women, health is led by women, so many sectors. I'm also trying to finish a book I started about women in Saudi Arabia. And I mean, every time I go, if I don't go for a couple of months, I come and I see it's like a revolution in women's affairs. And also in their confidence, which a woman cannot lead or cannot be somebody that can achieve something if she doesn't have confidence in herself and in her abilities and the role she can play in developing their country. I really believe women in the Gulf, women in the Arab world in general, but specifically in the Gulf, because countries like my country, where women were leaders, have regressed because of war and poverty and the state that we live in. So yes, I think there is a lot of hope for Arab women, Gulf women, as I said in particular. And again, I want to talk about Saudi women. They set these visions for 2030. A lot of them have been met already. So it's there. You don't need to 2030. And I'm really, really impressed with their determination, their passion to prove themselves. They're everywhere. Everywhere you go, there are women in Saudi Arabia and now. And as I said, this was, of course, progress in the making. Yes. But the last, I think, 7-8 years, it has moved at an unbelievable speed. It's women's work that can give her confidence and give her ability to move on.
If and when you finish that book, I hope you come back to Al Arabiya English to give us an exclusive insight. It sounds incredible. Baria Alamuddin, thank you so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you so much for asking me. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
A list of names, a smoking gun, justice for victims, or just more fuel for an ongoing political conspiracy? The Epstein files are set to be made public. After 10 months of pushback, President Trump says he'll sign off on their release. But why now? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. These are just some of the women who accuse Jeffrey Epstein of sexual exploitation. They've been fighting for justice for 5 successive White House administrations.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old. This is me. This was me. This is me when I met Jeffrey Epstein.
Their ordeal has become a toxic political football. Both Republican and Democrat presidents have fought against calls to release all the information gathered during investigations into the disgraced financier. Until now, the US House and Senate have voted to pass the Epstein Transparency Act. And in a major reversal, President Trump says he'll sign off on it. But it seems only because it's a political distraction.
Let the Senate look at it, let anybody look at it. But don't talk about it too much because, honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax. And I don't want to take it away from really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished.
Even though President Trump hasn't been personally accused of any wrongdoing, the ongoing saga has fractured his MAGA base. On this episode, we'll debate why so many presidents have refused to release the files and why President Trump changed tact now. If the release will lead to justice or just more conspiracy theories, and why there is so much public interest in these files. Stay with us. Joining us to debate the latest on the Epstein files is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Anna Kasparian is joining us, executive producer and host at the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. And rounding out our panel is Alan Dershowitz, Emeritus Professor of Law at Harvard University, who served on Jeffrey Epstein's legal defence team. Welcome to all of you to hear this evening's debate on Counterpoints. When the Democrats were in office, they refused to release the Epstein files. Now that they're out of office, they're champions of transparency. During the presidential election race, Donald Trump campaigned on a promise that he would release the files. But once he was elected, he wouldn't release them either. And all of a sudden, in the space of just a few days, years and years of bipartisan opposition to releasing the Epstein files has just disappeared. And all of a sudden, it seems so easy to get it all done. Alan, let's start with you. Why now? Why did President Trump change his mind now? He's pushed back for so many months. Why change tact now?
He never should have pushed back. We should always have had all the files released. I've called for the release of all the files from day one. What people are afraid of is this. They're afraid of the Larry Summers phenomenon. They're afraid their name will be in the file, not accusing them of doing anything wrong, but just because of their association with Epstein, they'll be guilt by accusation. Those of us who are completely and totally innocent, who have nothing to fear, were the ones who were pushing for the files to be released immediately. But anybody who fears anything from any suggestion in the files might be worried about their release. Look, the best answer is no redactation, release everything. We can't redact information to protect the so-called accusers because some of the accusers are false accusers. For example, yesterday at the press conference, there was a discussion of a woman whose name is Farmer, who had accused various Jewish men of being pedophiles, and CNN featured it, and they all featured it, and they forgot to mention the fact that she has said, quote, "I have a hard time with Jewish people. All the Jewish people I met are pedophiles who run the economy. They're Jewish supremacists. They're people who follow the Rothschilds." Now, if you want to assess her credibility, you have to hear that evidence. Maybe she's telling the truth about being oppressed, but when you hear what she says about Jews and you know that she only accused Jews, then you take that into account. Another woman named Sarah Ransom said she had videotapes. Donald Trump, of Hillary Clinton, of Bill Clinton, of Richard Branson. And then later she admitted she had made up the whole story. There are no videotapes. So we have to balance the rights of the accusers against the rights of the accused. We can't allow a new McCarthyism to take over just because there is a very important need to make sure the real predators are actually convicted. Mm-hmm. We have to balance the right of the rights of people who are falsely accused with the rights of victims who are true victims.
Okay, Anna, what do you make of what Alan's been saying there? And I also want to bring you to that first question I asked him as well. Why now? Why is President Trump all of a sudden deciding he's happy to release it?
Well, I think that President Trump has a plot to essentially prevent the release of the full Epstein files by launching phony investigations that he has no actual interest in. The House Oversight Committee, immediately after the vote took place yesterday, immediately sent out subpoenas to various banks that allegedly had connections or ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And when there's an active investigation taking place, that allows for government officials to use that investigation as an excuse to withhold documents that have been promised to the American people. Now, the reason why Trump appeared to change his tone is because there has been a bipartisan effort among the people, not among the politicians necessarily, although there is a small group of bipartisan lawmakers in the House, including Congressman Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're working together to try to get the Epstein files released so there's more transparency about it in the public. But make no mistake about it, I think that this cover-up has taken place for far too long because it implicates members of both sides of the political aisle. To me and to many Americans, this is not a partisan issue. And the cover-up has spanned multiple presidential administrations, both Democrat and Republican. And that was something that Annie Farmer had drawn attention to during the press conference just yesterday. So it remains to be seen whether or not the release of the full files will actually take place. But if that doesn't happen, there will be quite a bit of backlash against the Trump administration for thinking we're stupid enough to think that, he wanted to release the files, but now is trying to hold it up in phony investigations.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have one question for you, if I can. Yesterday, there was a press conference. There were many people. The farmers were there. If they were actually abused, and many of them were, why don't they simply release the names of their abusers? Why didn't they, during the press conference, say, I was abused by Mr. X, I was abused by Mr. Y? You don't have to wait for the government. If you're a victim of a crime, you have a perfect right to identify your accusers, and then your accuser has the right to fight back. I was accused. I fought back. I won. I prevailed because I was able to prove beyond any doubt that I couldn't have been at the places she claimed I was. And she ultimately admitted that she may have confused me with somebody else and withdrew her accusations. Why can't the alleged victims name the perpetrators themselves? What's wrong with that? Why do you have to wait for the government to do it?
Okay, Anna?
They might fear for their lives, number one. They might worry about political persecution or lawfare used against them. And they have said, by the way, that they are willing to release the names to members of Congress who are helping them in this effort should the Trump administration continue to stand in the way of the release of the full Epstein files. And, you're putting yourself in a weird position here because you claim you were wrongfully accused. That's different from being abused by wealthy, powerful billionaires who have been able to bury the Epstein files for decades at this point. I mean, you would know better than anyone. You were the lawyer defending Epstein, and you secured that sweetheart deal for him in 2008, which essentially allowed for him to leave prison and continue engaging in the same abusive, exploitative, rape behavior. So the way that our criminal justice system is set up does not really bode well for the victims and survivors in this case. And I think that's the reason why we find ourselves in the position today. I don't think that it's a perfect solution to just release raw files. But that's what happens in lieu of a fair criminal justice system that actually seeks justice for survivors.
Josh, I'm going to bring you in a moment, but Alan, I know you want to interject again. We seem to be having an issue with your audio when you try and speak with Anna. So my apologies if you haven't been able to get your point across. Go ahead now, and then we'll bring Josh into the conversation.
First of all, the sweetheart deal, Jeffrey Epstein hated it. He refused to pay my fee. On the emails, he calls me a terrible lawyer. He says I'm crazy because he didn't think it was a very good deal because he had to go to jail. Second, the idea that you're proposing that the list be given to members of Congress and that Congress members read it on the floor is true McCarthyism, because if a member of Congress reads the accusation on the floor, that means they can't be sued. Nobody can sue them. That's what Joseph McCarthy did in the 50s. He would get up on the floor of the Senate and he would say, I have a list of the following 10 people who are communists. Many of them were totally innocent. But because it was read on the floor of the Congress, the speech and debate clause prohibits anybody from suing about that. And that's what some of the people are trying to do today. They're trying to get senators and congressmen to read the names, which would deny them the right I had, the right to sue my false accuser and make sure that we have a truthful resolution.
Josh, I want to bring you in here.
And are you being sincere in wanting to release the Epstein files? Because wouldn't the release of the Epstein files name some names? I mean, that's really interesting. It's a little bit of an inconsistency in the argument you're making here.
I want all the files out, but I also want information out there that would attack the credibility of false accusers. That's why I want all the information, nothing redacted, everything out there so the public could judge.
Okay, Josh, let's bring you in. What do you make of what you've heard from both Alan and Anna? And also, I want you to answer the question I've asked both of our previous panelists. Why has Trump backflipped and agreed to release and sign off on this deal, on this bill now?
Sure. So first of all, 2 points that Alan that he made that I think are very well taken and worth underscoring. One is this notion of the speech and debate clause, one of the lesser invoked and probably lesser understood clauses in the U.S. Constitution, that point, Alan, is very well taken. You have essentially full immunity when it comes to speech on the floor of the U.S. Congress. There's not a whole lot you can do about that when it comes to a litigation perspective. So that's a very astute point, frankly. And it's actually the first time that I've heard anyone mention it in this particular context. So that point is very well taken. Another thing that Alan said that I've also been privately wondering for some months, perhaps even some years now, is it's true that for the victims, there is nothing that is preventing them from just naming some names there. And I've personally been wondering a little bit why we don't see more of that. So just a couple of things to kind of keep on the back burner, I think, as we continue our conversation. As far as your main question as to the timing as to why this is now, well, it seems to me that two things have happened. One is that the Trump administration, Attorney General Bondi, and so forth, this obviously has not been their finest hour, right? I think that would be a very polite way of saying it. Going back to July when they wrote this page-and-a-half memo essentially saying that there is no such thing as the Epstein files, just a handful of months after Attorney General Bondi was on Fox News saying that the files are sitting on my desk. That is a circle that simply cannot be squared. There's really no way around that. And the backlash has been invariably fairly intense for a number of months now. So on the one hand, this is somewhat of a self-inflicted wound from which they've simply never been able to recover for about 4.5 months, give or take. On the other hand, it looked like the votes are just simply there. The votes are simply there in the House in order to pass the discharge petition. And after that, after you see that you're going to lose, there is something to be said from a pure political calculation to try to get out in front of the horse and to say that, okay, I actually do support this. Go ahead and vote there. Give it the imprimatur of legitimacy of a nearly unanimous vote, 427-1, as the case may be. And I think the final thing that is worth noting here, based on all that I can tell, and again, I don't claim to be an expert on this, certainly not as much as Alan is. From all that I can tell, Donald Trump has virtually nothing to be scared of here when it comes to releasing the Epstein files. Donald Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump deeply distanced himself from Jeffrey Epstein beginning possibly as early as 2004. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein really actually had it out for Donald Trump. We saw that in these recently unearthed text exchanges that Epstein was having with Stacey Plaskett, the non-voting congresswoman from the Virgin Islands, trying to get Michael Cohen to say things that would be damaging to Trump and the Trump organization. So it seems like Epstein, frankly, hated Donald Trump, actually. So he really has very, very little to fear here from all that I can glean based on full exposure. So I think all of those factors combined is why you're seeing this vote happening right now.
He may not have anything to fear, Josh.
I mean, Trump could have...
Go ahead, Anna.
Trump could have unilaterally released... Sorry about that, but, look, you're right. I will totally concede. So far, there hasn't been any indication that Donald Trump engaged in the hideous, disgusting treatment, rape, and abuse of minors. So I agree with you on that. But what's so interesting to me, Josh, is the fact that Trump could have literally unilaterally released the Epstein files, but he has fought tooth and nail against the release, which at least in the very least gives the appearance of a cover-up. It is not a good look for the Trump administration at all.
I'll tell you exactly why he did this, because he said why he did that. He explained that actually in a quote that was literally 1 or 2 days ago, and his rationale is actually exactly what my own rationale is. So I deeply sympathize with this. Which is, for me, this whole Epstein mess is probably ranks somewhere between the 40th and 50th most important issue, if that I care about. The median American does not give a crap about this. I am sorry to say that is just the case.
That's not what the polling
indicates. Cares about cost of living, cares about inflation. They care about affordability. They care about paying for their mortgages. They care about not having to make a trade-off in the local supermarket between chickens and eggs when you get to the cashier to pay for your groceries. They care about the cost of housing. They care about immigration. They care about crime.
They care about both.
They care about a million other things rather than this.
Why would Trump feel pressure to release the files if there isn't overwhelming? There's a groundswell of support in releasing the files, both on the left and the right. This is one of the very rare issues in this country that has brought both sides of the political aisle together.
Anna is saying this because Anna does this for a living. She's just talking and commentating for a living. People in the punditry and in the commentary class.
So do you. What do you do for a living, Josh?
I never denied that, Anna. But what I'm saying is that you are falling prey to the commentator's syndrome here of caring about deeply, deeply online blue check Twitter style issues. Most Americans don't care about this. Most Americans have some interest in it because, yes, it entails a lot of things that people think about the ruling class, the elites there, and there are good reasons for trying to get to the truth and trying to get justice long overdue for the very real victims in this horrific scandal. But most Americans on a daily basis are not thinking about this, period.
We'll just bring Alan in there because I know he's having an issue with his audio. We'll come back to you in a moment as well. Anna, Alan, jump in.
Okay, I want to correct one error. Trump could not unilaterally release the material. He could release some of it. But much of the material has been sealed by judges, 3 federal judges in New York. I know because some of the material that was sealed in my case. Some of the material is explosive and dramatic, and judges have sealed that material. And the New York Times and all of the media could go to these judges and ask them to be unsealed. But the President of the United States has no authority to release material that has been sealed by judges. So the President does have the authority to tell the Justice Department to release material they have, but not to release material that's under seal by the court. And that's where the media comes in.
I'm referring to the DOJ documents, yes. The DOJ documents. They can be released unilaterally by the executive branch.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Josh, and you're saying nobody cares about this. This is number 40th on the list of issues that people care about. They care about affordability. If that's the case, why was Trump campaigning so strongly on this and not affordability?
He did mention it every so often on the campaign trail.
Every so often. This was a big platform.
It really was not. I object to that premise. I have actually gone back and reviewed it there, and it really was not like this was like a typical line in the 2024 election speech. You had Donald Trump say it every so often there. You had other folks say it every so often as well. This is not a major plank of the Trump-Vance 2024 platform. It absolutely was not. That is revisionist history at its finest. Okay, look, this has been a self-inflicted wound. This has been a major sore spot, a black eye on this administration. I am not here to apologize for the way this administration has handled this. I think there have been a lot of errors made. And what I've said on my show repeatedly is I think that Donald Trump should have an Oval Office sit down, look into the camera, and just level with the American people and say very clearly what has happened here. Will there be accountability for what steps were mishandled, what went wrong, how are we going to rectify it, et cetera. I think that transparency at this point is certainly a very, very good course of action. And I was happy to see his flip-flop of sorts on Sunday evening heading into this week. So there's a lot that I think he could do to try to clean this up. But I totally object to the notion this was like a major plank. He wouldn't have won the 7 swing states if he was campaigning on the Epstein files. He was campaigning on 9.1% inflation from the Biden administration reaching in the summer of 2022, on the fact that there were millions and millions and millions of unvetted criminal aliens making their way into this country, MS-13 rape gangs, things like that. That is what won Donald Trump the election, okay? Not the Epstein files. That's revisionist history at its finest.
Anna, if this was...
What did you think he was referring to when he would say that his goal, his objective as president is to drain the swamp? When he would refer to the deep state, what do you think he was referring to? There is a reason why his base, or at least a significant portion of his base, was very much fired up in supporting him because they thought that he was actually going to follow through on those promises. And by the way, I mean, sure, you could make the argument that Trump wasn't incessantly talking about releasing the Epstein files on the campaign trail, but you can point to specific examples in which he did do that. And on top of that, when you have the nomination of Kash Patel as the FBI director, he obviously focused heavily on the release of the Epstein files leading up to his appointment. You also have Pam Bondi. By the way, the other thing is, don't you guys find it super strange that they went from, okay, we're going to release the files, to now all of a sudden, actually, no files exist. Turns out there's no files at all. And then today, we're now learning that obviously there are files. There are files, and you have the House Oversight Committee releasing at least a portion of them. And I want to pour cold water on the notion that Larry Summers, there's no proof so far in what we've seen that he has raped anyone. So I want to be clear about that. However, the documents that have been released by the House Oversight Committee indicate that he was having an affair with a young woman he was tutoring. And in an email exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, in which he was getting advice from Epstein on how to handle this affair he was having, he made it abundantly clear that the only reason why this young woman that he was tutoring was dating him or whatever is because of his power. I am not comfortable with him having any role or position at Harvard University, knowing full well that he uses his power to essentially, get these young women to engage in sexual relationships with him. Relationship is generous. Affairs with him.
Alan?
I want to make sure that Harvard fires every woman who has ever had an affair while she's married. The idea that
it's not about the affair. It's about using your power the way that he used his power to have that affair.
There's no indication of that. All he said was that he wanted. It was foolish. Of course, why he retired. But there's nothing criminal about it. And Elizabeth Warren, who has always wanted to get rid of Larry Summers because of his support for Israel, and the others have always been just excuses about that, immediately jumped on board and said, now I, the government, want to tell Harvard how to run its affairs. This is after years of saying, Elizabeth Warren, that she doesn't think that the government, Trump, should have any influence on Harvard's policies. But suddenly the senator from Massachusetts wants to tell Harvard who to hire, who to fire, and who to take away from tenure. She is such a hypocrite, and there's so much hypocrisy.
That's a nice deflection. Nice deflection. I'm talking about a person in a position of power at Harvard using that position of power to essentially engage in inappropriate relationships with people far younger than him. It's the power dynamic and power imbalance that's an issue here.
Okay, we'll let Alan respond because his audio is breaking up when he tries to interject there. So, Alan, go ahead.
Well, let's ask the woman herself. Let's not try to put ourselves in her place. If she thinks she was abused or improperly influenced because of the power differential, she has the right to bring a sexual harassment suit. There are Harvard rules about that, but she hasn't done that. So what we've done is we've used these emails as an opportunity on both sides, because President Trump has also mentioned Larry Summers. And, I think that people's personal lives, you're right, of course, if there were sexual harassment involved, but don't just allege it, prove it. Bring the woman forward. Let's see what she says. She doesn't seem to have any complaint about her alleged relationship. First of all, we don't even know whether the relationship was consummated. We have advice being requested about whether or not to go forward. So, this idea of everybody mentioned by any email immediately loses their job explains, I think, why there's been so much reluctance to have this thing go forward. This Epstein is the new McCarthyism. We're seeing new McCarthyism, denial of due process, denial of presumption of innocence. Decent people in the interests of doing what they think is the right thing are prepared to neglect the Constitution, prepared to neglect the rule of law in order to get their results achieved. That is very dangerous for America.
I'm going to move us on to our next segment in a moment, Anna. I want to ask you a question directly, Anna.
It's the result of a lack of justice for the survivors for decades. That's what happens.
It is for decades. And if Democrats were so keen on this transparency, why didn't they release the files when they were in office?
Because they're garbage and they were part of the cover-up. That's why. Because there are also Democrats implicated in the Epstein files. That's why. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of powerful elite individuals engaging in criminal behavior, in bad behavior, and cover-ups of their buddies and for themselves. That is the problem here. The American people, both on the left and the right and in the middle, want to know whether or not we are governed by and judged on based on pedophiles who have these and hold these positions of power. That's what we want to know. That's what this is about. This is not anyone who's framing this as a partisan issue, and I will concede that corporate media, legacy media, they're hyper-focused on some made-up partisan angle here. This is not about partisanship. This is about justice for the survivors, and it's about knowing whether or not we have disgusting pedophiles governing us in the government.
Respond to that, Alan, and then I'm going to move us on.
Sorry, I have to say something. You sound just like Joseph McCarthy. We have pedophiles running our government.
Okay,
we have imposition of authority. That's what Joseph McCarthy did. I have a list of pedophiles who are running America. You are a McCarthyite. You are the worst violator of due process. You are exactly what this country has to be afraid of. Shame on you.
This brings me exactly...
I would be more afraid of a guy who signs up to be the defense attorney for said pedophile, the guy who in 2018 provided legal counsel and advice to Harvey Weinstein. It is interesting. Has there been a convicted, pedophile or a bad actor that you haven't signed up to defend? I think your credibility on this matter is lacking. I'd say that.
Yeah,
all right, let's let Alan
like
respond.
Alan's a defense attorney or something.
Let's just let Alan have a right to reply on that.
I am proud of my role as a lawyer, but typically of McCarthyites, you attack the lawyers, you blame the lawyers for their clients. You are the personification of 21st century McCarthyism.
Okay. I think this takes us nicely into our next section because we want to talk about justice, about transparency, about the victims here, which I think leads on from what you're saying there, Alan. Jeffrey Epstein died in a New York jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on these sex trafficking charges. So while all this political wrangling has been going on, the women who allege they were abused by Epstein and his clients have been denied any semblance of justice. Josh, bearing in mind what we've been hearing, and Alan saying that this is the new McCarthyism, will the eventual release of these files lead to justice, lead to prosecution and more clarity, or is it going to just spawn more conspiracy theories?
I am deeply bearish on the prospect of meaningful justice happening. As a general rule of thumb, by the way, when it comes to scandals from Russiagate collusion hoax in 2016, I'm very bearish on the possibility of long overdue justice when it comes to the COVID-19 scamdemic and all that. And I'm equally bearish on the possibility of long overdue justice when it comes to this. There's all sorts of issues here that could preclude justice. One is that, what Alan is saying about let's get a full release with zero redactions, for better or for worse, I'm just here to say that is all but assuredly not going to happen. Whatever is released after this law that has just been passed by both chambers of Congress, when Trump signs into law, there are going to be a lot of redactions there. I'm sorry to say it, that is going to be the case. The equally important, if not more important thing, is that I think most, or at least a lot, of what could possibly lead to a prosecutor to file charges is still not going to come up in this because it's going to be under heavily sealed grand jury testimony that's never going to see the light of day. And there are all sorts of legitimate rules under America's system of criminal procedure why grand jury testimony really, with the most minimal exceptions possible, does not see the light of day. There are actually very good reasons for that when it comes to the structural integrity of the criminal justice system. Then there's also all sorts of possible statutes of limitations issues there. So no, for all of the above reasons, I don't see there being real justice there. I'm not happy to say that, by the way. I very much would like there to be justice, but I just don't necessarily see it coming. So I think the most likely outcome, unfortunately, is that whatever happens, perhaps it will allow President Trump to pivot and to move on, as he so clearly wants to do, to focus on the economy, things, frankly, that, again, I care more about, that I think most American voters care about there. That's the best possible outcome, but the worst possible outcome is that could happen in conjunction with just the continuing rumor-mongering of conspiracy theories and ultimately no justice.
We lost your audio at the beginning of your answer there, Josh. I apologise for that. Anna, what do you make of what Josh has said? Will this be so heavily redacted that there, one, won't be any semblance of justice and perhaps it's going to just become more fuel for this whole cover-up conspiracy?
I unfortunately agree with Josh. I think that is the likely outcome. The question is how the American people are going to react to that. I think one of the biggest problems we're experiencing right now in the United States, and I think everyone on this panel can probably agree on this, there is a lack of trust among the American people toward our longstanding institutions. And it's because they feel that our institutions have failed us. And so this Epstein issue is really at the heart of the rot that we as Americans are experiencing in our own country. And it goes to a much larger issue, if you ask me, about how these institutions absolutely must be reformed. Because if we can't rely on our criminal justice system to ensure justice for actual victims, for actual survivors of pedophilia, rape, and all sorts of other crimes, what's the point of the government in the first place? Why am I paying taxes? So these institutions can continuously fail me and my fellow Americans. So, look, I think that that's actually a pretty good prediction, and it pains me to agree with that prediction. But what really matters is how the American people are going to react to that, because I think the reason why Trump changed his rhetoric in the last minute on the release of the Epstein files is because of the pressure he's been facing by his own base, to their credit.
Alan, what do you think, Alan? Go ahead.
I agree generally with everything she said. I think we do have a problem with trust in our institutions, the media, academia, the hard left, the hard right. We are moving away from being a centrist country, which is interested in objective truth and due process and the Constitution. Everybody today has to pick sides. And what I worry about is when you get a frenzy about communism back in the 50s, frenzy about the Epstein files now. When you get a frenzy, the first catastrophe, the first institutions that suffer are constitutional rights. They're unpopular anyway. Due process rights, right to counsel, who you can represent without being accused of being part of the cover-up itself. So I think we're seeing a diminution in respect for the Constitution, for the media, for government institutions. And I think the frenzy around the Epstein case has contributed considerably to the diminution of respect for our institutions, especially the Constitution.
Alan, do you think anything about this current frenzy, as you describe it, do you think anything is about accountability, or has this devolved into being purely about political point scoring?
I think it's a lot about political point scoring. But let's remember one thing, too. All these accusations were made 20 years ago. A lot of these women went to lawyers. The lawyers, in fact, filed lawsuits. Many of them received checks for $50,000 from the Epstein estate. Many lawyers, again, I'm going to support the rights of lawyers to do this, but lawyers have gotten very rich from bringing these things. So there's been a lot of accountability. I would love to see a list of how much money has been paid to people who claim to be victims. That all started a long time ago, but now we have a new frenzy resulting from Epstein's death, resulting from the politicization of this. And it's the new frenzy that has created a situation where we're prepared to diminish our respect for the Constitution.
Anna, what do you make of that? Because I know legal cases are expensive. You've got probably average middle class women up against some of the richest, most powerful people. Does this come back to your point about power before? I mean, if posing a legal case is likely to bankrupt people, what gives them any sort of semblance of power to name names, to pursue a case, as Alan is saying, that they're allowed to?
Not in this case. Let me correct one thing.
I mean, not only...
Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Okay. All you had to do is file a complaint, and you immediately got $50,000. It wasn't expensive. The lawyer took 30% of it. But every woman who filed a complaint against the Epstein estate got paid. And indeed, we know that there are some women who filed complaints and got paid who never met Jeffrey Epstein. Their lawyers put them up to it. So, but we've seen a lot of payments to people. That all happened back years and years ago. And now we're seeing a renewal of this in an effort to get justice by naming names of people. As long as the names are, I'm okay with that. But if there are false accusations, there has to be an opportunity to correct the record.
Anna?
I'm curious about something. You know, right now, Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been convicted of the crime she committed, who has, essentially been notorious for recruiting underage girls and even raping some of them herself, by the way. She was in, I would argue, the appropriate prison facility initially until Todd Blanche interviewed her, got clearance that President Donald Trump had not engaged in any wrongdoing, and then she was suddenly moved to the Club Med of prisons where she gets to play with puppies, and even in that context gets special treatment compared to the other inmates. What are your feelings about that, Alan?
Well, let me be very clear about that.
Do you think that's where she belongs?
She always belonged in a minimum security prison. Why? She is not a danger of escaping, and she's not a danger of doing anything to people in the prison. The Bureau of Prisons are not supposed to. The Bureau of Prisons are supposed to look at the person and ask whether or not that person can be satisfactorily housed in a minimum, medium, or maximum security. They're not part of the system of trying to respond to whether or not the public wants them to be heard or not. So she should have been in a minimum security all the time. And people like her,
That's
if
not
she
true.
hadn't been Epstein, would have been put in a minimum
That's not true,
security.
Alan. That's a lie. Why are you lying about this? That facility has no one else like her in it because rapists, including those who prey on minor girls, okay, do not belong in a minimum security prison facility where they get to play with puppies.
You don't look at the classification. You look at the actual person, and you look at the person and you say, looking at her, she's a middle-aged, elderly woman. She poses no dangers. She should be in a minimum security prison. That's number one. Number two, I've had many cases where when you cooperate with the government, you get transferred to a better prison. That happens all the time. I can tell you categorically, because I've been doing this for 60 years, that she is being treated no differently from other similarly situated defendants who have been willing to talk to the government and provide them information. But it's so easy to pick on her. You know,
That is not what the reports indicate.
Jeffrey Epstein hadn't died, she wouldn't even have been prosecuted. She would have been a witness. She is serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence. Now, I'm not here to defend her. I'm not her lawyer. I'm just saying that if you look at the situation, she is being treated exactly the way similarly situated people have been treated, except that she's more famous and more notorious.
Josh, what do you make of all of this?
That is not what the reports indicate. That is not what the reports indicate. I have to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not only that, you literally have a direct quote from a prison guard at this fancy facility saying verbatim, "I'm tired of being Ghislaine Maxwell's." So you literally have prison guards at this facility basically taking orders from a convicted person who has preyed on young girls, recruited young girls to be raped, and engaged in that lascivious activity herself. I don't know why you would die on this hill. I find it very strange, but okay. I mean, do you, boo? Whatever you want.
Let me tell you, I'm going to break news here and tell you something interesting that hasn't been reported yet. At the press conference the other day, there was a woman, her last name is O-O-H, and she went to the press conference wanting to appear at the press conference, but they excluded her because she had evidence that some of the women who have been accusers have themselves been involved in recruiting, have themselves been involved in being paid by Epstein to bring young women. And because she was prepared to tell the whole truth about some of these women, not all, not most, but some of the women brought girls to Epstein, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls that were paid $200, $250 each. They weren't prosecuted. They are regarded today as survivors. They
were minors, Alan. What is wrong with you? Jesus. They were minors. Are you saying this because you're trying to draw attention away from the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was the head honcho of recruiting these girls? She even recruited, Virginia Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago, which Trump basically alluded to publicly.
Okay.
Like, what are you doing here?
Alan, respond.
About minors, we're talking about adults, some of them as old as 25 years old, and they were involved in recruitment. There is now a lawsuit pending by this woman which will demonstrate that. No, I'm not talking about minors who recruited other minors. I'm talking about adults who recruited other minors. We have to know that, too. Let's not suppress any truth.
Okay, great. Then prosecute them. But don't try to launder the reputation of Ghislaine Maxwell by drawing attention away from her, minimizing her role in all of this, okay, minimizing the fact that she's at the Club Med of, prison facilities. I really do take issue with that. There's something wrong with how your brain works on this. It's weird.
Be at that Club Fed. Any imprisonment is horrible, and she's in a terrible, terrible situation. Now, whether she deserves it or not, we disagree about, but she is being treated the way the Department of Corrections should treat people based on the individual threats, based on the likelihood of escape. And in her case, it's 0 and 0.
Josh, I want to bring you in. I want you to weigh in on what you've heard so far. I also want you to weigh in on the question that I asked a bit earlier. Is any of this about accountability, or is this only about point scoring, political point scoring now?
Sure. So first of all, I really don't have strong opinions, to be honest with you, which is why I didn't hop in there as to whether or not Ghislaine Maxwell is at the appropriate level of security prison. For what it's worth, I've agreed with a lot of what Alan has said thus far. One area where Alan and I very much disagree. Alan is a career criminal defense attorney, so his inclination is typically to maximize due process and typically to maximize defense and so forth. There, as a lawyer myself, my instincts are more towards lock them away and throw away the keys. That's kind of where my priors are in situations like this. There, so I am much more inclined towards maximal security prison and very lengthy life sentences. Frankly, I think that the death penalty should be used a lot more often than it currently is. That's a conversation perhaps for another day. But I think your question is probably the more relevant one for the viewers, right? Which is whether or not a lot of what we're seeing right now has to do with genuine desire for long overdue justice or for political point scoring. And it seems to me that I do think that Alan is correct on this. I think that the vast majority of what you're seeing here is political point scoring. It's very difficult for me to take Ro Khanna and a lot of these other leading Democrats seriously when they're grandstanding here on the Epstein files when they did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. I talked earlier about the Pam Bondi circle being impossible to square. Well, that is another circle that is simply impossible to square. Even Anna acknowledged that as well. So, the hypocrisy is frankly utterly glaring, and it deeply, deeply, deeply undercuts Democratic claims to credibility and integrity when it claims to trying to get to the truth here. And I think that another reason why I don't fully buy really a lot of what both parties are currently saying when it comes to trying to seek justice is because, again, I just don't think justice is coming. I'm sorry to say that again. I'm sorry to emphasize that point. But for reasons of redactions, for reasons of grand jury testimony that is simply never going to be unsealed, and for reasons of statute of limitations, because a lot of this took place 2 decades or more ago, I simply just don't see justice coming. So for all of the above reasons, I think that this is some really feckless, bogus kind of WWE fake wrestling style TV theater trying to get political point scoring, which only underscores my point that a lot of this ultimately is a real distraction from the real issues that I think most American people care about right now.
Can I please buttress that point? Because there's another layer to this that, does reinforce what you're saying, Josh, to some extent. I mean, just today, journalist Ken Klippenstein obtained a document that House Speaker Mike Johnson was passing around in the House of Representatives just yesterday ahead of the House vote on releasing the Epstein files. And in it, he makes the argument that the release of the Epstein files threatens national security. And that is another avenue in which the files could either be withheld or heavily redacted under this false pretense that the release and the transparency of the files would threaten national security. So there are different avenues in which the cover-up will continue to ensue. But again, I think that will actually do far more damage to this country and the trust that Americans have in our institutions. I'm worried about what that is eventually going to lead to. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But generally speaking, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think we're going to get full justice. And that's one of the worst things. Injustice cannot stand in a country that prides itself as a democracy for the people, by the people, and for the people.
I would be skeptical that we're getting a single prosecution at this. I'd be curious if Ann and Alan, if you guys agree with that. I genuinely don't think there's going to be a single legitimate prosecution out of this whole affair. I hope I'm wrong. I very much hope I'm due. I don't see it happening. I really don't.
Why do you hope that you do? Why don't you hope that there should be a prosecution if there are guilty people, and there should be a prosecution of people who made false claims? Remember, even the Bible, the Ten Commandments, says thou shalt not bear false witness. And the punishment for bearing false witness was the punishment that would have been given to the person who you falsely accused. So I want full justice. I want full justice for everybody who was a perpetrator, but I want justice for everybody who swore under oath, made accusations that turn out to be completely, totally bogus and false.
I agree with all this, Alan. I agree with all this.
Okay. Let's do justice for everybody.
Anna, what do you have commented on your social media across X that you think Epstein could have been an Israeli asset. Is this not, again, just perpetuating conspiracy theories that's detracting from the victims?
It's not.
Is this the national security threat that you've alluded to?
Well, there were certainly a lot of claims prior to the House Oversight Committee and Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, his emails getting hacked and released as well. And it was because of various ties that Epstein did have to Mossad, for instance. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was a well-known spy for the Israelis, and he's the one who introduced Epstein to his daughter. There were other, circumstantial pieces of evidence that people would lean into to make these claims. However, since the House Oversight Committee released these files, at least some of the files, and since we have some of Ehud Barak's emails, Dropsite News has been doing amazing reporting that unfortunately is not really getting much pickup from our legacy media outlets that shows the various business deals that Epstein had negotiated and facilitated on behalf of the Israeli government, Israeli individuals within the government, and Israeli firms. One of their more recent pieces of reporting was about how Epstein was working with a financial institution in order to facilitate the financing of an Israeli cyber weapons company or cyber weapons product. And so these types of connections are really interesting because it does show that he was very much working alongside the Israeli government in certain instances on certain deals. Now, whether or not he was running a blackmail operation on behalf of Mossad as a Mossad asset, that's one of the claims that I think people are hoping the release of the Epstein files will either disprove or confirm.
Okay, Alan, go ahead.
Direct information on this. Jeffrey Epstein came to Israel once to visit me. I was writing a book called The Genesis of Justice. He flew in that morning. He had never been to Israel before. He asked me to arrange a lunch, and I did at the Citadel Hotel with 4 or 5 of Israel's smartest people. I arranged the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and other people. Then
we seem to have lost your audio there, Alan. Just one.
Okay.
Okay, no, we've got you back. We've got you back. Alan, we want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
So then he asked me to take a walk through the shuk, and we took a walk, and he saw a shirt that he liked. It was an IDF tan shirt, and I bought it for him for $6 or $7.95, and he put it on, and there was a picture of it. And some of the people who have accusing him of being on the Mossad say, see, this picture proves he was a member of the Mossad. Now, I have, as a lawyer, represented the Mossad. I helped get 5 Israelis out of Cyprus prison. I have a good relation. I'm not a member of the Mossad. I'm not a spy. But I know the former head of the Mossad, the current head of the Mossad. I can state for you categorically, if Epstein had worked for the Mossad, I would have used that to help him get an even better deal. I asked him that question. I asked it to him directly. He would have been motivated to tell me if he had worked for the CIA, if he had worked for any intelligence agency. So I can tell you categorically that Jeffrey Epstein never worked for any intelligence agency, Israel or the United States, and any statement to the contrary is pure McCarthyism again. Oh, he must have worked because he knew Ghislaine Maxwell's father. They didn't know each other. Maxwell's father died early on. Yes, Maxwell's father probably did work for the Mossad, but it's pure McCarthyism to associate Jeffrey Epstein for the most part. By the way, if he had worked for the Mossad, he'd have been so proud of it. He'd been so happy about it, and he would have been bragging about it as he bragged about other things.
Seems pretty conclusive, Anna.
I just look, it's hilarious to me that you're using the purchase of an IDF uniform or whatever you're claiming as the one thing that people are focusing on to make the claim that he was working as a Mossad asset. I think people are more concerned about the various cameras in the rooms in which young girls were being raped. They're concerned about the fact that Ehud Barak had such a close and cozy relationship with Epstein. The fact that a Mossad agent who was also working for Ehud Barak stayed for weeks at a time on multiple occasions at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment. There are too many connections that have been confirmed between Epstein and the Israeli government. And that is what people are pointing to, not the fact that he wore like an IDF T-shirt one day.
Josh, go ahead. What do you make of it?
Epstein had connections to numerous foreign governments. He was deeply well connected with the British government, with MI5. He was also very connected with the United States. And while we're kind of on the topic of just throwing out completely unvetted conspiracy theories, let me suggest one alternative.
It's not unvetted. It's all in the documents that have been released. Check out Drop Site News.
Drop Site News. I'm going to throw it out there as an alternative conspiracy while we're going to La La Land here. Why don't we consider the possibility while we're going down this path that maybe Jeffrey Epstein was actually a CIA asset, given the CIA's longstanding Arabist dispensation, their longstanding hostility to Israel. Maybe that Jeffrey Epstein actually was trying to entice Ehud Barak and other Israeli officials, then trying to blackmail and discredit the Israelis so as to further the CIA's generally pro-Arab orientation over the course of the past 40 years. I don't actually believe that.
Oh my God, Josh, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. Mossad, CIA, same.
Because I don't do conspiracy theories. Unlike Anna, I don't do conspiracy theories, so I don't actually believe that. What I'm saying,
I don't do glazing for a foreign government that's engaged in genocide.
A lot more sense than the lunatic online garbage that he was Mossad. What I just said makes more sense. Neither is correct, but what I said makes more sense.
Okay, I know Alan wants to jump in and he's having audio issues. Alan, go ahead.
I have direct information. Jeffrey Epstein did have one video camera. It was installed, I remember exactly where it was installed, near his desk in the living room, because he had reported to the Palm Beach police back in, 2001, 2002, that somebody had stolen a gun and some money from him. And so the Palm Beach police put a video camera in the living room. There were no video cameras in any bedroom. Why? I asked them, I said, if there are video cameras in any bedroom, I can use that to help you get a better deal. I stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom when I was his lawyer. My wife, my daughter, my granddaughter, we all stayed when the house was empty. There were no cameras. If there were cameras in Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom, I pleaded for him to please disclose those cameras because they would have proved beyond any doubt that I didn't do anything wrong. So again, I can categorically state, and this is supported by every investigation that has been done, there were no video cameras. There was no extortion. There was no blackmail. It's all made up. What Epstein did is bad enough, really bad. But let's not create conspiracy theories where there's no evidence to support, period.
I agree with that.
Anna, a right of reply?
That's all I have to say. Just release the files. It'll confirm or disprove everything we're talking about right now.
The online sleuths these days, just asking questions.
And I know how much you hate when people are asking questions, Josh, especially as it pertains to a foreign country in particular.
Anna, I am happy to debate you on that particular foreign country that you're talking about any time you want. What I condemn
any day,
Josh. Is the nakedly fine. I'll kick your ass and be happy to do it. But what I object to is the nakedly conspiratorial.
Right. Well, I mean, you failed so far when it comes to Dave Smith and others. But okay.
Of asking of various questions that are totally unfounded in the factual record whatsoever, and are literally just trying to stir the pot and trying to drive people crazy and become more insane and lose their touch with reality more and more than our present contretemps in society is currently already doing. That is what I object to. There's enough in the news that is causing American people to lose their trust in the narrative, to lose their trust in the ability to discern right from wrong, fact from fiction, and truth from lies. They don't need this garbage peddle that is only going to muddy the waters further. That is what Anna, her friend Tucker Carlson, people like that are increasingly focused on doing these days.
I agree completely. And the essence of McCarthyism has always been false conspiracy theories. And you peddle false conspiracy theories. Your channel peddles false conspiracy theories. And that's what contributes to the kind of McCarthyism.
You're quite litigious there, Alan Dershowitz. And it's interesting how litigious you are considering the fact that you're currently defaming me and the network I work for at this moment. But anyway, I show the receipts anytime we cover these stories. And if there's ever speculation, that speculation is referred to as such, speculation. But the facts are the facts. And so whatever, I mean, I want the release of the Epstein files. Alan, you claim that you want the release of the Epstein files as well. Let's wait and see what happens. But I do think that there's still a continued effort to withhold this information from the American people. And I trust the American people to judge the information as it comes out and decide who on this panel is right and who's wrong. We'll wait and see.
We will wait and see. And I wish we had more time, but unfortunately we are going to have to leave it there because we're up against the clock. But this has been illuminating, incredibly interesting. I thank all of you for your insights, for your comments, for your analysis. Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, the independent American media organisation, and Alan Dershowitz, emeritus professor of law at Harvard, and Jeffrey Epstein's former legal team. Thank you to all of you for an incredibly interesting Counterpoints. We look forward to having you all back. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in at home to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube so you can catch up with all of our latest debates and interviews, and follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss a thing. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement. and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Slieve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc de Bastion is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. The Australian Prime Minister vows to toughen up gun laws after a father and son killed 15 people attending a Hanukkah event on Bondi Beach. Zelensky says progress has been made on U.S. security guarantees for Ukraine as the country's top negotiator hails real progress after U.S. talks in Berlin. Media tycoon and pro-democracy activist Jimmy Lai faces life in prison after being found guilty of national security offences in Hong Kong. And the son of Rob Reiner is arrested after the Hollywood director and his wife are found dead in their LA home. Now, the Australian Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has signalled plans for tougher gun laws after a mass shooting that killed 15 people. Investigations into the incident, which targeted a Jewish celebration on Sydney's popular Bondi Beach and left 40 hospitalised, are ongoing. Our correspondent, Jan David, has more.
Flowers for those no longer here, and songs of remembrance. Today, members of the Jewish community gathered to pay tribute to those who lost their lives in the worst mass shooting Australia has faced in almost 30 years.
I think today is a very sad day. It's the day that I think we were all dreading in the Jewish community.
We feel absolutely shattered. We feel that we've been abandoned, that we've been struggling to get to a place where we feel comfortable and we feel safe here. We don't feel safe.
It was on this beach that eyewitness video captured the moment shots rang out and police rushed to respond. Officials described the shooting as a targeted anti-Semitic attack. Investigators say they are working to understand the background of the two assailants, a 50-year-old father killed on the scene and his 24-year-old son. Police cordons now surround their home. In the wake of the shooting, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has called for a review of gun laws.
What we saw yesterday was an act of pure evil, an act of terror, an act of anti-Semitism, an attack on the first day of Hanukkah targeted at the Jewish community. The government is prepared to take whatever action is necessary. Included in that is the need for tougher gun laws.
Funding for physical security for Jewish communities will be extended, Albanese pledged. But senior members of Australia's Jewish community criticised the Prime Minister for not doing enough to deal with anti-Semitism in the country earlier. I'm David, Arabiya English.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Jono and Rawia, thank you for being with me this evening. Jono, let's start with you because this is a tragic attack that unfolded before our eyes yesterday. This has left the Jewish community in Bondi and around the world feeling extremely nervous.
This has got a reach that is far beyond Australia, and we've heard responses from governments around the globe. We've heard of London now saying that there's a requirement for these events, public gathering events, to have tighter security protocol, more of a police presence. We've heard from New York's mayor as well, similar situation being resonated there. It's shaken, as you said, the Jewish community, not just in Australia. This really does have far-reaching implications. The fact that the attack occurred on the first day of Hanukkah as well, it's deeply symbolic. It feels very personal, and it's terrifying as well. Given the rise in anti-Semitic incidents recently, this certainly feels like one that's gone a step further again, and it really has struck hearts, I think, around the globe, and that's why there's a sense of vulnerability right now that people are experiencing. People are wondering if they're safe and questioning safety at religious events, which should be the last bastion as a stronghold of safety, regardless of which faith has been practiced and where it's been practiced. Community gatherings that should be family-friendly orientated, they should never need heavy protection. And now we're hearing this being echoed across the globe, that it's something that's going to have to come into play because of this harrowing attack and the people who've lost their lives. And sadly, we're hearing more about the information from them as well. A child, religious leaders who were there, a Holocaust survivor who was there as well, who've been gunned down, senselessly gunned down by two attackers.
And I think I spoke to a British rabbi earlier, and it was really interesting speaking to him because we did see this attack go on for 10 minutes. And I think there's questions being asked right now in light of the attacks that we are seeing, like in the UK, the Manchester attack, which happened at a synagogue there on Yom Kippur. People are saying, why was there not enough security in place in Australia for this event that was being held for Hanukkah?
And it is a very legitimate question, especially with the rise of anti-Semitism, the rise of the warnings against anti-Semitic attacks as well, especially in Australia as well. It is quite surprising that such a religious celebration in such a public place, we're talking about Bondi Beach, one of the most iconic beaches in Australia, in Sydney. So therefore, it is surprising that there isn't enough security in such events, not just, I mean, in Australia, but all over the world in different countries. But also it raises many other questions about gun regulations in Australia in a shocking way, because the impression that the world has about Australia when it comes to guns, that it has one of the toughest regulations when it comes to firearms. And even the Australians image or view about themselves that Australia is one of the safest places, you know, in the world. Hardly any mass shootings happen. This is a very unusual attack. So these are very, very legitimate questions, and there are calls for reforms when it comes to regulations. I mean, maybe we'll have time to go through some of the proposed reforms when it comes to firearms in Australia as well.
And this is the thing, Jono, what do we know about the two suspects? Because there's been questions raised about that too, because the youngest of the suspect, who was apparently the son, had already been watched by the law at some point in his earlier life.
So, again, they're the father and son, the older man who died at the scene, and the son is in a critical condition in hospital. They've reportedly pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group as well. And again, that is allegedly at the moment. We've had no absolute confirmation on that as well. And we don't know anything more about them in terms of where they may have got the firearm for. Although, yes, there are tight regulations and gun laws that are in place there, it is also something you can obtain if you've gone through the correct training, which involves going to a mandatory training course, and then also you would have to be requiring it for hunting or for pest control, or you may be from a farming background. But semi-automatic and I think fully automatic firearms have been pretty much outlawed for almost every citizen in Australia since 1996, when the last mass shooting occurred. So they will have had to still go through some of these regulations and some of these trainings in order to get these guns as well. So there'll be many questions that haven't been answered yet, because I think a lot of the focus right now is first of all on the victims, second of all on the survivors who are getting treated in the hospital, and then third of all to the hero of the day, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who has really come to the fore. And I think rightly so, we've seen world leaders step to the fore and say, this guy is a hero. Many, many more people could have lost their lives had that up. And I'm glad that that's the win out of this story, and there shouldn't have to be a win out of a story so horrific, but there really is a win in that someone bravely took one of these gentlemen down and removed the gun at his own peril. He was shot as a result of that.
He was shot four times, I think, in the shoulder by the other gunman.
But it's pretty incredible, because we have seen a GoFundMe page that is raising, I think, nearly $1 million, Australian dollars, for Ahmed Al-Ahmed, who managed to, you know, do this heroic act, Rawa. And what was amazing is he's actually from Syria.
Yes.
So this
actually, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's amazing and ironic at the same time, because if you look at history, every time there is an anti-Semitic attack, that kind of leads to a rise also in Islamophobia as a result. But then to have a Muslim, Ahmed Al-Ahmed, he's originally Syrian, from the northern city of Idlib. He's 43. He's a father of two daughters. He's a fruit vendor. And, you know, to take that risk and to have the bravery to do this, to save lives without thinking, you know, what is the religion of the people that are being attacked, or should I you know, intervene in this and put myself at risk or not? He didn't even think about all of these things. And I hope this is a lesson, or at least something at least positive we should get out of this, that this is not a religious war. We're talking about extremists who are using, you know, well, I mean, it is probably these two gunmen were probably motivated by, you know, the events of the last 2 years in Gaza and the Israeli policies and what they've done in Gaza, all the mass killings and everything. But that does not in any way, you know, justify the killing of innocent people who are just gathering to celebrate a religious event, you know. So yeah, it's ironic, yet at the same time it is very telling. We hope there's an end and stop to all of this.
Well, I think, and again, to take away what we were mentioning a while ago, having a police presence at these events, it really shouldn't be the case where you're having a family picnic for a religious reason or any reason, where you should require police like observation.
It's sad.
It's sad. It's a sad
but
reality.
Unfortunately, it's necessary. I mean, it's a knock-on effect. And
Absolutely.
There's a cause and effect. You know, what happened in Gaza will have repercussions elsewhere in the world. And we should remember that there have been, you know, throughout the 2 years that have passed with everything that happened in Gaza, there have been Jewish voices that have been criticizing the Israeli government and saying, not in our name, don't do this in our name.
Yeah.
You are actually leading to Jewish hatred in the world, and therefore rising anti-Semitism. And what does it lead to? Incidents.
And we've heard
tragic
this.
Incidents.
We've heard this. There's the Jewish community across the globe have said, you know, the sentiment and the I guess the modus operandi of Israel as a state is not what is reflected by the majority of Australian Jews, British Jews, Irish Jews, wherever they may be from in the world, and to paint them all with the same brush and say, just because people who are representing your nationality, I would certainly hate it to be the case from mine as an Irish person, for anyone who is British to say, well, based upon your previous experience as a nation, something that you have done in the past or currently or whatever you may be currently doing is the reason why we don't like you. And unfortunately, it's what we see around the globe all the time.
Unfortunately.
Everyone gets painted with the same brush. You're all tarred with the same brush. And that's exactly what we've seen here as well.
And it's really interesting because the rabbi I was talking to earlier from the UK was saying to me that this is something that they're trying to get across, that British Jews, Australian Jews, Jews all over the world are not the Israeli government. And it's really important to make that distinction. They're very different people, they have very different views, and they're just there to look after their community and to cherish their own religion and to feel safe in that practice.
Which is everyone's right, wherever they live.
Absolutely. But thank you so much for your views on that story. Let's move on now. And Ukraine's top negotiators described today's talks with the US in Berlin as constructive and productive. And Zelensky has said progress has been made on US security guarantees for Ukraine over the weekend. US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said a lot of progress was made on a new proposal. Meanwhile, EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas says Europe faces a very important week as plans to use frozen Russian assets continue to stall. Take a listen.
We have different options on the table, and they will be discussed in the leaders' meeting on Thursday. What President Costa has said, we will not leave the meeting before we get the result, before we get the decision on the funding for Ukraine. The most credible option is the reparations loan, and this is what we are working on. We are not there yet, and it is increasingly difficult, but we're doing the work. We still have some days.
Arabiya, this has been a really busy weekend of diplomacy again that we've seen. Obviously, Ukraine meeting US officials. Now we're seeing a big dinner happening in Berlin as European officials arrive there.
Yeah.
It's been non-stop, hasn't it, when we look at what's been happening with diplomacy. But this is a crunch summit, especially when it comes to EU funding for Ukraine. So what's the very latest?
Okay, so we're talking about, or what's going on in Berlin is high-level talks as European leaders, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, US envoy, and NATO officials and EU representatives. They all meet to discuss ending the war in Ukraine. These talks, they come after extensive talks also between the Ukrainians and the Americans with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Apparently, these talks they went on for 5 hours. We didn't hear much about what resulted from these meetings, but what we heard that they were definitely positive. Tonight there will be more meetings and a dinner hosted by the German Chancellor. And also there will be additional leaders joining during this dinner, like Keir Starmer, the French President, Emmanuel Macron. Germany apparently also announced a 10-point plan to deepen defense cooperation with Ukraine, which is, I think, is very important. So far, what we know about these talks, progress has been acknowledged, that there is progress. Everybody is talking that these talks were constructive, yet the sticky points remain the same. Territorial concessions, security disputes, they remain unresolved. But there is also a pivot in Ukraine's position that is very important to note, which is Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. He signaled that he is willing to give up his NATO ambitions if provided he gets security guarantees reaching almost up to the level of the Article 5 of the NATO Charter, that he will get such security guarantees from the Europeans and from the Americans.
And I found that really interesting when I saw the NATO ambitions. He's willing to give those up for Western security guarantees, because I think once again, Ukraine is in the situation where they have to make concessions, Jono. Well, right now, we're looking at all sorts of different things when it comes to Ukraine funding. Can Europe afford to keep funding Ukraine? The US is clearly fed up with it in many respects, and Donald Trump's made that quite clear. And it's almost like, I think Ukraine are really coming to the table and negotiating hard to get the best they can right now.
I think it's going to be a case of who's going to run out of money first, and it's not going to be Russia, regardless of the frozen assets.
Well, they say money and people.
Yeah.
And Russia's got more people and money.
Yes, manpower alone. But they are, as you said, and to take from what Rawi said, they are the sticking points that are there. Money, security guarantees are the two things that this is going to come down to as well. The EU is divided. That's what we're hearing from inside the ranks, saying that they don't know what to do with the frozen assets in order to fund Ukraine. Germany is saying that this simply sets a legal precedence. If we are going to take the funds that are frozen out of Russia and use them, we set a legal precedence for what happens going forward. Can we then do that to any country that we are falling out of favour with and take their assets? The money is, for the majority of it, held. I think 191 billion of the US dollars of the 360 billion that's been held is being held in Belgium. So Belgium said, no, we're not okay with you taking the money either. So there's now this kind of a back and forth where they've said that's not likely to happen. And now it comes down to the NATO agreement, which, and to give credit to Vladimir Putin, he doesn't want a NATO member state on his doorstep. That is a recipe for disaster. NATO have said, this is defensive. Then Russia are saying, well, actually, that's encirclement. What you're doing there is just basically cutting us off and surrounding us with NATO states. Ukraine says this is survival. We absolutely need NATO membership, which is debatable. And the West says, well, that's deterrence. If we can have NATO there, you're now deterred against getting involved. But then you get into a whole argument about, well, what happens if something does go wrong? You've now got Ukraine on the very, very front line with Russia. So you've got all of these things coming into play. NATO membership is not something that Vladimir Putin will ever put his name and sign on the dotted line that Ukraine can be a member of. Now we're hearing echoes of an EU membership for Ukraine, which I think is possible, but you have to financially look at how prepared the EU actually is to take on board one more member state. And the answer is probably not at all.
And it takes a long time to become part of the European Union. You know, there's many countries still waiting to enter the European Union. It takes 10 to 15 years of negotiation. It isn't just, oh, you can be a member and it's fast-tracked. Everyone has to vote on it. There has to be a currency that's put into place, which is the euro. You know, things really do change around when you look at the European Union.
True. Actually, if I may add something to what you said, Jono, the Ukrainian pivot, giving up the Ukrainian NATO ambitions, actually, is a very, very smart move because, as you said, Putin definitely will never allow NATO to be in his backyard, basically. And therefore, it is a good bargaining chip, and it's very smart of Volodymyr Zelensky to signal that he is willing to do that and use it as a bargaining chip to at least probably decrease the area of, or the land area that he is asked to concede. But regarding the funding and the frozen Russian assets, Europe is talking about it, the United States, we are talking, the media is talking about it. Nobody is saying what Russia is going to do. It's as if the moment Belgium decides or says, yeah, it's okay, because Belgium is saying that, where we cannot do that because there will be legal implications for us. Yeah. But the Russians are not going to stand for that. They are going to fight it in court, and that's what they said.
Well, that's interesting, because Euroclear is the bank in Belgium where most of these frozen Russian assets have been kept, and Russia have already put a lawsuit on Euroclear about them releasing these funds. So they acted on that on Friday. So Russia really have their chips in place to say if anything has to come to these funds, but they definitely won't want that to happen, of course. But I just find the whole thing absolutely fascinating because Friedrich Merz, the Chancellor of Germany, was speaking today, and he said the chance of a real peace process around the Ukraine war is now closer than at any time since Russia's full-scale invasion begun in 2022. And then obviously tonight we see the dinner happening, and the US envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have stayed on in Europe. They're joining all the other European leaders coming. And we also heard from Zelensky today saying there has been sufficient dialogue on territory. And I think that, frankly speaking, we still have different positions, but I believe that my colleagues have heard my personal position. The mood music is positive.
Yes.
But is Russia going to accept it?
Well, we haven't heard from them. So we've no idea if Russia could just say, well, actually, we're not OK with this at all. We really don't know. You would hope those conversations are going on at a higher level, that somebody's communicating it through to Russia to say, hey, before we go to the press and put this out there and say this is what's happening, are you OK with this? There must be.
Logically, I mean, there has to be.
You would hope.
There must be back-channel diplomacy happening, right, with Russia. But once again, like, they don't speak much. They haven't changed their position. They've said the same thing since the beginning. So it's going to be really interesting, even though we're seeing all these moving parts and everyone hustling. We've got to see if Russia will come to the table. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And media tycoon and pro-democracy campaigner Jimmy Lai has been found guilty of national security offences in Hong Kong. The 78-year-old, who is also a British citizen, has been in jail since December 2020 and could face a life sentence. Speaking in London, his son, Sebastian Lai, maintained his father's innocence, pushing for his release and asking the UK to improve relations with China. Take a listen.
The reason why I'm here is to free my father, and in order to do that, the UK government has to do more. We've been very grateful of the support. You would have seen the statement from our Foreign Minister, Vet Cooper. But now it's time to put action behind words and make my father's release a precondition to closer relationships with China.
There we are. So, Jono, we just heard from Sebastian Lai there. What did the court say when delivering the verdict about Jimmy Lai himself?
So, damning words to the accusations. They said he actively colluded with foreign governments to undermine China and Hong Kong. They've accused him of using his publication, which is Apple Daily, to invite international pressure and then to force sanctions upon both China and Hong Kong. And the judge said that he harboured hostility towards Beijing and said his actions are actually political interference. It's not journalism. It's crossed the line. And the verdict says that this basically it criminalised what he'd done and said that he's a dissident from the entire Chinese party. The reason that it is now different from what it would have been a couple of years ago is that Hong Kong, since 2020, has fallen under the national security law, which was imposed then. And there was various reasons for that at the time, but the Special Administration region of China now controls Hong Kong as well. Anything which is said which is negative towards the government will therefore be taken with a really dimly lit view, which is what we're seeing happen right now. Because publicly he did call on foreign governments and said, listen, US, UK, we need you to put sanctions on China and on Hong Kong as well. And that is why he's wound up in hot water.
I remember covering the story extensively, the pro-democracy protests that happened in Hong Kong, Jimmy Lai being at the forefront of them. It actually started in universities in Hong Kong, and there was that standoff with the police, and we saw all the military trucks, and it was absolutely a week long of these pro-democracy protests that just literally engulfed Hong Kong. And that's where that national security law from China was imposed on Hong Kong after the city was literally brought to a standstill about these pro-democracy protests. And I think it's been such an interesting marker, this case. It's been more a case about Hong Kong now almost becoming more Chinese than it was previously. It's completely changed. And I think this case really signifies, since the 1997 handover of when the British handed Hong Kong back to China, just how things have changed so much. Once a democracy, now heavily different.
It's kind of symbolic of China's control over Hong Kong through the national security law and other laws that they've introduced. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, in this case, there were so many statements by world leaders. Trump is one of them, President Trump, who were saying that we're going to ensure his release, make sure we will do everything in our power. That's what President Trump said. And he said, I would do everything in my power to ensure his release, make sure that he is released. He even said on Fox News that he's going to bring it up during his meeting with the Chinese president in October 2025. Apparently, it was mentioned, only for 5 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, the intentions to secure his release are there, but are they going to work? It is very unlikely for many reasons. One of them is the fact that under the national security law, Hong Kong's judiciary now adheres closely to the Chinese Communist Party. And obviously we know China's stand on this, that they refuse any pressure. They regard it as, trying to interfere with their legal system. So they refuse that totally. And also, another reason is that, when President Trump brought it up with the Chinese president at the time in October, apparently it was mentioned briefly for 5 minutes. It brought the case to attention, yet it was not, President Trump did not link it with any bargaining chips, like negotiating on tariffs, on trade, getting the rare earth minerals deal through. He did not link it to any of those. And without such bargaining power with the Chinese leadership, it is very, very unlikely.
And I don't know what the benefit is. Why would Trump want to be involved in this? He's not a US citizen.
He's a British citizen.
He's a British citizen with an overseas passport, and therefore the British government maybe could interject and say, well, we'd like our citizens back. But he was born in Guangzhou, so from the point of view, from a Chinese point of view, they are looking at him as a Chinese citizen who was born in Guangzhou. Yes, he may hold a British overseas passport, but that's irrelevant. They're trying him through their judicial system, and I think another country getting involved in any country's judiciary policies is really tricky territory, especially somewhere like a one-state authoritarian state like China. You're getting into hot water. They've decided that he is colluding with foreign forces, and they're the allegations that have been put forward, which have been vehemently denied by both him and we heard from his son as well. The court has found otherwise, and if he's been found guilty of that by court, he's serving the judicial sentence as a result of that. You're not having a conversation about freedom of press here. You're having a conversation about somebody who was given the opportunity to leave Hong Kong if he so chose to do.
In 1997,
he could have left Hong Kong. He could have left again in 2020 when this new law came into place. He chose not to do that. He chose to stay and run Apple
But in a way
daily.
that gives him more credibility in terms
The staying.
of Hong Kong.
100% it does. But if he wanted to do, if this cause was so great to him, I think it's one that needed to be done in exile.
Very interesting, because, in the UK today, there's been huge outcry by this verdict that was passed. Many people are saying he's a British citizen, we've got to get him home. There's got to be pressure from the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on the leader of China, Xi Jinping. We can't leave a UK citizen in prison.
But we haven't heard
guilty.
from Starmer.
No, we haven't, but I'm sure we will at some point. I think he's in Berlin this evening.
Yeah, he's busy today.
He's busy today. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story. And the son of Rob Reiner has been arrested after the Hollywood director was found dead in his home in LA alongside his wife, Michelle. 32-year-old Nick Reiner is being held on a $4 million bail whilst in police custody. Authorities were called to the couple's house on Sunday afternoon and have been treating the incident as a homicide. Rob Reiner is best known for directing movies like When Harry Met Sally and A Few Good Men. Oh, Rawiya, this is a really, truly terrifying story that unfolded
Especially,
today.
yes.
What more do we know about the ins and outs of things?
Well, Apparently, the Rayner and his wife were stabbed to death. The body, there was no sign of forced entry into the house. The bodies were discovered by one of their children, obviously, a family member. The police also got a search warrant to thoroughly search the residence, which they did. And then at some point we heard that no suspects were arrested and no people of interest that, you know, the police were looking to arrest. But then later on we heard that their youngest son, he was arrested and his bail is $4 million. Now, that is quite telling because usually, you know, if the bail is that large, usually that there, you know, there's a risk of, you know, the person running away, and usually it is because they have evidence or quite concrete evidence to convict that that suspect. So we don't know. We're yet to, of course, you know, hear the results of these investigations. But we know that their youngest child, son, he is 32 years old. Apparently, he had moved back to the house the night before.
Yes.
He's had history of drug abuse and violence and all that. So we are yet to hear if he's the one who did it or not. But as you said, it's very tragic. And every time we hear about such crimes that have been committed by family members, it's just heartbreaking, quite honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's just truly heartbreaking. It's something that lots of people can't even imagine happening in a family. So it's the wider implications that it also has on the brothers and the sisters. But as you did mention, Nick, the son, who has now been held and taken into custody as a suspect, had previously spoken about his struggles with drugs and addiction. He first went to rehab on his 15th birthday. He was also a director, which was really interesting because him and his father actually directed a semi-autobiographical movie being Charlie, which was about Nick's life and struggle with drugs. So they thought that the father and him had really come together and it was all water under the bridge, and he had obviously just moved back with the family. So it's really tragic circumstances. But, Jono, what will Rob's legacy be?
Well, look, taking away from the fact that this is a truly, as you said, it's a harrowing story, and even if it wasn't out of Hollywood, this is something that is the stuff of nightmares, and it's a Netflix show that is waiting to be made, and unfortunately that's the way that this will go. And yeah, we'll see how time plays out with regards to the allegations against Nick, but he is huge, and there's no taking away from the fact that he's one of the rare movie makers who's split across genres, things like comedy, romance, courtroom thrillers. He's kind of done everything. This is Spinal Tap right through to The Princess Bride. I mean, they're both opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of the movies world. So Harry Met Sally, again, totally different. He's kind of shaped pop culture, and he's been a pop culture icon. He's been a director, but also he's been in a lot of these movies. He'd cameos in quite a lot of these movies, so he was a known face. Like Luc Besson does that quite often as well, but a lot of directors stay behind the camera. He was not one of those. He was a familiar face in Hollywood as well. And he was passionate. He's been described by friends and by family members as a decent human being. And I think that's why this reaction has been so emotional. The outpouring of grief from the public has been so incredible from everyone except from Donald Trump, who's made it into a Donald Trump story. But I mean, and this is what the administration does, and he's posted on Truth Social. You know, and I will get the quote on this, but he did say along the lines that he was, you know, that he was deranged in terms of his dislike for the Trump administration. And I don't want to directly quote it and get it potentially wrong, but Donald Trump has somehow managed to make this into a Donald Trump-orientated story, say that he had Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, and he obviously had paranoia. This story is way too fresh for something like that to be shared, but again,
politics and murder should not really be linked together, especially as the details and the trauma that people will be feeling after this, his friends, the wider community.
And not just that, I mean, for President Trump, and that's an interesting fact, by the way, or an interesting piece of information, that his wife, Michelle Reiner, was the one who took the photo of President Trump that appeared on his 19 87 book, The Art of the Deal.
Wow.
Which is an iconic picture. The book is extremely circulated. Everybody has seen that picture. And it was Michelle, the lady who was also stabbed with her husband.
It's sad. Initially when I heard, I thought he's 78. He's still young by today's standards, but I thought he's sadly passed away. Then the story just gained legs and traction. You didn't know what was happening. You find out his 68-year-old wife has passed away. Then you find out it's stab wounds. And then the latest allegations with his son brought into the mix of things as well. It's a tragic, tragic story. It really is.
It's absolutely horrendous story, and I'm sure more tributes will be coming in over the next week. So thank you for your thoughts on that. Now it's that time of the show where Arabiya and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, and yours is actually about an AI law firm winning a legal battle for a woman in the UK. This is amazing.
Let's save you some cash. If you need a lawyer in the future, don't. ChatGPT is $20 a month. That is money well spent. A UK healthcare worker couldn't afford a lawyer, couldn't afford a solicitor, so she used an AI-run law firm and basically jumped online, put in all the details in there for her performance-related dispute with her employer and won £30,000 as a payout. There was no tribunal. There was no human lawyer involved in this whatsoever. The entire thing was handled by AI. So that really levels the playing field in terms of your average Joe going to court without any legal backing whatsoever aside from AI has managed to price out the legal system and won, which is the big success story. So it raises a big question about rules and regulations and also accountability, because human lawyers, for certain things, may not actually be part of the equation in the future. And if you can manage to do it without spending any money whatsoever and still win against your employer, I think that in itself is something that's commendable for AI, not just for reading your blood results, but now it does this as well.
as you use it.
As you use it. I'm going to be honest, I'm so late to the AI game, I just do not use it. I do not use ChatGPT. I do not use AI. And when I heard you saying all the things you use it for, it's absolutely fascinating. And like this case is kind of groundbreaking, because what does it mean for law going forward? Do we need all the paralegals in place? We need, is it just divorce lawyers we're all going to still need to see?
This is just law. We're talking about just law, but I mean, think of all the other jobs that are going to be lost for humans or to humans, to AI in the future. You know, accounting, not just law, so many different fields are basically
on the way. They'll be redundant, but in saying that, I think it's a case of upskilling for whatever you're good at right now to make yourself better and future-proof yourself. So whatever you're practicing now, you'll have to make sure that that is something that is future-proofed, which I think is the generation of
our children,
of kids that are coming up now will be learning careers that don't even exist.
They are. My children get in their school, some training, or they get lectures about, what fields they should look at, what are the fields that are upcoming, the fields that are going to be replaced by AI. So it is important. But I can tell you one thing that AI is not really that good at. Anything to do with art. I asked it to do I got into cross-stitch recently, and I wanted a specific design, and I asked it, and it's just driving me crazy. It cannot be, it's not an artist.
If you're watching AI, or Elon Musk, who's got Grok.
Yeah, please work on that part.
Please work on the cross-stitch for Arabiya, because that needs
it's
to
just
be
artistic designs, and I just wanted to translate some, drawings into cross-stitch designs.
Oh, yeah,
it didn't work.
It's too funky for AI. But let's talk about yours, because yours is about a poll that looks into what Christmas characters political views might be. Yeah. This is so interesting.
It's really
I love this story.
Well, it's a YouGov poll, apparently done in the UK. They asked, the people that they did the poll on, what do you think Father Christmas or Santa Claus's political affiliation or direction would be? And the funny thing is that every single party or people that sort of had a specific political direction thought that he is one of them. So you have, for example, about 55% of Greens polled said they believe Santa would support their left-wing policies and a potential alliance with Jeremy Corbyn. 48% of reform voters said that the guy, well, that Santa, basically would back Nigel Farage and his desire to stop the small boats. And similarly, the Tories, 27%, and Labour, 24%, Liberal Democrats, 22%, they all thought that Santa is going to be on their team.
But what's quite interesting is the voters thought Santa would be green.
I don't know. I think he'd be centre-left. I mean, what's the story with the elves, like workers' rights and stuff?
I know, that crossed my mind, actually, because, you know, and also the reindeer, they fly so long. I know they get carrots and milk at people's houses, but it's quite a lot.
Well, Rudolph himself, I think, is probably a swing voter in the fact that, you know, normally he's ignored until it becomes important, and then all of a sudden he's the one you want to have on board. So he's a swing voter. And then I think the Grinch is very far right, obviously. Yeah. You could tell that from, for sure.
So they say that 30% of those polled believe Ebenezer Scrooge.
Scrooge, yes.
You know, Scrooge, he would vote for reform. So that's quite interesting. Yeah. So Ebenezer Scrooge would vote for reform. But I think that would kind of impress Nigel Farage of reform. I think he'd be happy with that.
Yeah?
I think he would be happy, yeah. Why not? Yeah. At least it's getting him on the map.
But, I mean, it kind of plays into mind bias, doesn't it? Because, you know, I mean, whatever you believe in or whatever you believe in, you end up seeing and noticing surrounding you. So therefore, you know, everybody thinks that they have a stake in Father Christmas. They have a personal relationship with them. So therefore, they would expect that, definitely, if I'm a Tory, Santa is a
Surely
Tory.
not the Greens, though. Like, I'm trying to... Greenhouse gas emissions are a big concern for cows. I don't know if reindeer emit greenhouse gas emissions, but if they do, they're racking up a lot.
But aren't there only 6 reindeer?
9.
9?
Rudolph.
I don't think people thought that deeply, probably.
No.
They're clearly not. But it's too much time on my hands and conditions that are undiagnosed.
And the sleigh, I think, is a green sleigh because it's just by reindeer.
Exactly.
You know, we're not having jet propellers on the back.
Or you're not burning coal, basically, to have them fly.
It's not a fossil fuel sleigh.
You're still going down chimneys, though, and that's not very green, is to have a chimney in your house burning fossil fuels in the first place.
That's true. No coal.
But it's tradition.
It's tradition.
It's tradition.
Anyway, I think if Santa was into politics, I have no idea. I don't know who we would go for. I haven't thought about it enough, but that was a great conversation.
Why would Santa get into politics?
Because he's bored. He's just spent all year out there in the North Pole, Lapland.
Preparing for the high season.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, thanks to our guests today, Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, coming up on the programme. As the push for peace continues, we get the latest from the frontline Ukrainian region of Mykolaiv. We'll be speaking to the regional governor, Vitaly Kim. We'll also get the latest on continuing settler violence in the West Bank, and we'll be discussing the lifting of Syria sanctions and what that means for the country's way forward. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the war in Ukraine, and President Donald Trump has stated that a peace agreement now looks closer than ever. This follows on from a series of talks which have included US envoys Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and European leaders in Berlin. But some key issues remain, notably whether Ukraine will have to surrender territory to Russia and whether Russia will accept NATO troops in Ukraine. All this forms part of a revised peace plan, which was initially seen as leaning towards Russia. Well, the Kremlin has made its stance on NATO troops in Ukraine very clear. It's a firm no. However, they've also stated they are open to further discussions. Well, we're joined now by Vitaly Kim, who is the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast. And just to remind our viewers, Mykolaiv is in the south of Ukraine. It touches the Black Sea. There's the city of Odessa to the west, Crimea to the southwest. Mr. Kim, it's cold, it's winter. Temperatures where you are close to zero at night. And I'm just wondering what life is like for ordinary Ukrainians, for people living in frontline regions like yours right now.
Hello, Tom. Thank you for inviting me. I want to say that our life is like common life, but still we have a lot of problems because of the war, but we just get used to work and live during the challenge and during all the problems and stress that we have in here. We almost forgot how it was before the 2022. Still, we have operating business, we have barbershops, dogs delivery and flowers and beers on the streets, but we have challenge. And for example, in Odessa, in our neighbor region, they are without electricity for 3 days already. We managed to defend ourselves and to recover the electricity in 12 hours. But it's still only the beginning of the winter, and we are looking forward for new attacks from invader of country of Russia. So to tell the truth, we have had a very difficult situation during 2022-2023, but now we have recovered almost all business and all services and that we had in a peaceful life.
So it sounds like despite the ongoing war, you and people in Mykolaiv are managing to live a somewhat ordinary existence. And when there's a setback and when Russia targets your energy infrastructure, for example, you bounce back very quickly. That's what it sounds like.
Absolutely right. Because we have practiced for years for a big pity to recover fast, because people cannot live without electricity and water supply. So we have some reserves. We waiting for attacks, and we're trying to recover as fast as possible. And each year we became faster. So, and people get used to alarms, and people get used to the absence of electricity and water for some period of time. And we're living and planning our life and business in such a way, in such conditions.
Right, and obviously Russia's made it a strategy to target the energy infrastructure, as I said, but also the other utilities like water. I mean, what do you think is their goal, and do you think it's having the desired effect?
You're right. Russia tried to attack critical infrastructure to influence people and civilian people. So they're expecting that our people will start arguing for our authorities to stop this war. And from my opinion, it's more not like war crimes, it's like a terrorism, because Russia attacks with missiles and drones critical infrastructure. First of all, it is electricity and heating plants that avoiding people to receive the basic needs. So it is truly difficult to be without electricity and heating for 3 days in the winter. We have average temperature now about 0, but the winter is just starting. From my point of view, that Russia didn't manage to receive the result, because Ukrainian people are very strong, and we get used to, and we have some resilience. not to argue about conditions, because this is like social mind that people will prefer to be without electricity or water to be with Russia, because anything that will happen, it is better that to be occupied. So our people are standing and trying to resist to all the problems that Russia gives us.
Okay, I mean, obviously there's a psychological dimension to any war, but in this particular war, I mean, there does seem to be a certain amount of disinformation circulating. Obviously, the goal of that is to confuse people. How do you counter the fake news and the disinformation that's doing the rounds?
Ukraine is on our way to democratic country. We have lots of free media. Also, we have Telegram channels and different points of information that gives true information to our people. Also, we are trying to analyze and talking about media attacks. From my opinion, we won this war at the beginning because Russia expected that they will fulfill all the media field with fakes, and we will be afraid and we will run. No, we understood that it is not true, and there is a huge amount of people and companies that working against propaganda, against fake news. That's why some news, like fake news, are living for a couple of days on the territory of Ukraine, and then they disappear because authorities like me also, we're explaining what information is true and what information is false.
Okay, so it sounds like the fake news objectives simply aren't working. Let's talk about the security situation, the military situation in the region of Ukraine where you are. I mean, are there fears where you are of a renewed Russian offensive targeting, for example, Mykolaiv?
It's just an example of fake news that Russia do about offensive movements in the south of Ukraine. And it is impossible because, first of all, they are not preparing to force the river Dnipro. It is a big river, maybe 4 kilometers wide, and it is winter now. It is very hard to cross this river. Also, they're moving their forces from the south, from this direction, south direction, to Donetsk region, to Zaporizhia region, to the east of our country, because they have problems with troops on their basic line of attack. So they just try to create fake news, people to be worried about it, and they have nothing in common with real situation on the south of Ukraine. For now, it is stable situation on the south. They are not able to do anything on the south of Ukraine at all. If they will make a decision to renew the campaign to attack the south of Ukraine, they will need 2 months up to 6 months to be prepared for this. Our security service, we cannot see any preparation. We can see only that they move the resource from the south to another direction because they have problems on the front line.
Governor Kim, let's talk about the peace efforts. I'd like to ask you, what are your thoughts with regards to the progress towards brokering a deal to end this war?
To tell the truth, I do not have exact information about negotiations that are taking place now. I have only expectation that this negotiation will have an effect and have a result in the future, nearest future, because it's just our people are really exhausted. They will not surrender. We can keep fighting, but we're exhausted. This is true. We need to talk about this. And that's why most people of Ukraine are, from my opinion, expecting the results of this negotiation to stop this war. But still, I do not have the true information, and all information that I have, I cannot talk about it, not to make any effect on the negotiations that are taking place.
Okay, I understand that. And before we move on, I mean, there is also this occasional request that comes from Washington, but it's also come from Moscow a few times, that elections should be held in Ukraine. Obviously, a war is going on. Most people understand that you can't hold elections during a war, but apparently not everyone. What's your thoughts with regards to that demand?
From my opinion, election could take place in Ukraine, but the very important thing that we must guarantee the right for vote for every citizen of Ukraine. First of all, it is our soldiers, our people on zero line. The second, all the other people and even all people that are refugees abroad, we need to guarantee that they can realize their right to vote. This is the main problem, that it is difficult to do during the wartime. And I think we need some time. And I'm not afraid that election in Ukraine will change the situation and our vector to democracy and to Europe. But still, it is a difficult task to make it in good quality. That's why I think that we should have them, but we need to do it right.
Absolutely. Governor Kim, you aren't just a public figure, you're also a businessman. So I'd like to get your thoughts about post-war reconstruction. What do you think are going to be the main priorities for rebuilding damaged parts of Ukraine?
This is a very good question, because the south of Ukraine, it's not only the region that need to be recovered. We recovered already about 44% of all damaged or destroyed buildings. And the main problems are military risks. And more than 800 companies recovered their business in here. We have a lot of new companies. I think that the south of Ukraine could be the territory of recovering of economy and one of the headliners of Ukrainian economy, because we have lots of possibilities and our team are working to create conditions for investors for recovering and for creating additional value and creating business, because we know that we cannot manage to recover fully the country without support of the international partners, without investment in the real economy, real sectors of real economy. But we need to create conditions to avoid corruption, to avoid bureaucracy and problems. And for now, we have lots of opportunities, like our government opened the market of the land, so you can invest in land and you can earn money. I think that if we'll talk about it easily, the price for the land or for the rent in Ukraine are on the lowest level now. It is very attractive for investment in the future. But I truly believe that it could be possible only when the war will stop. But we need to be prepared now. And many companies from other countries are now searching the market and making investigation how to do it when the war will stop. And talking about our region, we are concentrating on agriculture, about logistic port, exporting facilities, and industrial park. We're creating a huge industrial park, the biggest in Ukraine, with the best conditions that will be for investors. And negotiation already starts. This is like a mark that future pause or stop, war stop is possible, because for now investors start to run again. I don't know how to say it properly. And I truly believe that our authorities and me will provide the best conditions for investors to recover the economy of Ukraine and the south of Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think having a figure like you with a proven track record in business is going to be attractive to people in Washington. Obviously, President Trump is a businessman first and foremost. Could also be very attractive to people in the region that I'm speaking to you from, which is from the Gulf. Are you reaching out to Gulf countries with a message of please invest in the south of Ukraine?
By all means, because first of all, it is logistics. This is a gate to your country. And talking about food security, talking about agriculture, we are specialized. We have splendid land in here. It is cheap now. And there are possibilities that Ukraine already made for companies that could invest in agricultural sector. And we have a very low, I don't know how to say it, expenses for business in Ukraine. On the mostly that we need access to the cheap money, and your countries have money and could invest on the perfect price now. But from my opinion, to receive successful business, we need to start projecting now, because from the beginning of projecting to start the projects, you will need a year, maybe a year and a half. That's why our doors are wide open, and I promise the full support for all investment, for all business that will come to Ukraine, and not to recover or for social policy, also for earning money, because we need taxes in Ukraine to recover all other social programs. So we have programs from government for investment nurse, nanny, that provides many preferences for business, for big business, average business that will invest in Ukraine. So it is without taxes, with infrastructure constructed by government and many other things. And me personally, I'm interested in investment in the south of Ukraine and in Ukraine, and I can provide support from my position to any investors that will come to my country.
I just want to ask you on a different note. I mean, obviously you've been through nearly 4 years of warfare in your country, and you hold public office. And obviously this has been a strain on every Ukrainian household, on your minds, on your morale. What do you do on a bad day to boost your morale? Have you got some techniques? Have you got some outlet for somehow letting off steam or changing your mood when you've had bad news or when it's been a bad day?
I'm not a typical man that need to recover. I'm smiling a lot. I have a lot of hobbies, my family, and I'm living the full life. But this helps me to work hard. And I have a goal, and I want to win. So I'm receiving results. So talking about our people just very strong, because we just get used to the war. We have lots of problems in the past. We have 2 revolutions. So it's not so big surprise for us to work and live in hard times. But our people recovering due to their own families, due to their own city, country, work, hobbies, pets, and other things. And to tell the truth, many people of Ukraine now are also smiling and trying to work to live their full life. For recovering, we're using, I say no, maybe love, I don't know how to say it, but still people are trying not to leave Ukraine and to work hard inside the country.
Okay, and just lastly, Governor Kim, do you have a parting message for the international community, perhaps for President Trump, perhaps for President Putin? Who would you choose and what would you say?
It is hard to me to address such kind of message, but I won't choose. I want the peace. I want the war to stop. I wish that all our people will not be killed by invaders anymore, but I think that this peace must be fair, because we are defending, we are not aggressors, and we are defending our homeland. So my message is, let's talk and stop it.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Vitaly Kim, the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you. See you.
Now turning to the Middle East, and despite a ceasefire in Gaza, which took effect on the 10th of October, UN agencies are reporting that severe malnutrition amongst children remains widespread. Well, the humanitarian crisis in the Palestinian territory continues to worsen, with the Save the Children group saying that it is still unable to deliver necessary assistance. Well, they're citing Israeli restrictions for this. Meanwhile, Israeli shelling has been reported in parts of southern Gaza, even as winter storms lash the fragile structures and flood the tents, which are sheltering the vast majority of displaced Palestinians. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, the US Deputy Ambassador to the UN says that President Donald Trump would not allow Israel to annex any part of the territory. Those comments follow on from Israel's approval of 19 settlement outposts as independent settlements, marking the third such move under current policy. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ahmed Fatouh, who is a spokesperson for Fatah, who joins us now from Ramallah. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ahmed. Always a pleasure talking to you. I'd like to start by talking about the situation in the West Bank. There's been yet more violence in the West Bank. This time, a 16-year-old Palestinian boy by the name of Ammar Sabah has been shot and killed. That happened in the town of Tuku on Tuesday. Before that, another teenager was killed. Israel says in at least one of these cases, one of the boys was throwing stones and bottles. What's your understanding of what happened?
Of course, this is a ridiculous excuse to say they are killing children because they are throwing stones or bottles. That is absolute nonsense. What's happening is the typical Israeli settlers' terrorism that want to terrorize the Palestinian people, the indigenous Palestinian communities, to push them away from their villages and from their lands in order for the Israeli occupation and colonialism to expand. This is not something new to us. This is not even new to the world. You have the Hilltop Boys, who is a terrorist organization inspired by extremist Zionist religious ideologies and committing Jewish terrorism, extremist Jewish terrorism against non-Jewish people of the Palestinian Holy Land. And that's mainly the Palestinian people. So what we have here is a continuous daily attacks on our civilians in the north, in the middle, in the south, everywhere, targeting villages and towns because it has less concentrated population and less in terms of presence of the Palestinian Authority and police, taking advantage of the occupation support and the unconditional support by the Israeli government and from far-right extremist parties like Ben Gvir and Smotrich Party. And by the way, by the Likud, the Hilltops Boys were inspired by Sharon, the previous Prime Minister of Israel in the 2000s, who is a member of the Likud party. So those terrorist groups are there to provoke, to intimidate, to terrorize the Palestinian people and to push them out. And they have been, unfortunately, successful on many occasions. They were successful in kicking out about 150 Palestinians from Mumghayr. And they are terrorizing people in Safriyatta, taking lands and burning the trees and burning the olive trees. Olive in Palestine is not only a symbolic item and a symbolic tree, it is also an economical product for the Palestinian villagers and farmers. They burned thousands of trees this season, causing great losses for the farmers and for the olive oil industry. The prices jumped into double the price of last year because of this terrorism. So this is a systematic effort inspired by political ideology and political stance that wish to move the Palestinians out of their lands, squeeze them into Bantustans in order for the Israeli colonialism expand further and further and eventually ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people. Of course, that's their plans, but we are here steadfast and we will not move away from our lands. And this is not only a crime and a violence of a grave terrorism, but it's also against the international law and against all the peace treaties and also all agreement between us and Israel.
Mr. Fatouh, according to the UN, and I'm sure you know this, but this is really for the benefit of our viewers, October saw the highest number of settler attacks on record. It doesn't sound like, from what you're saying, the Israeli government is doing anything to stop this kind of violence. What's your message to for example, Washington, which takes a very close interest in developments in this part of the world?
The Washington needs to step in and to stop this madness. This is not only a crime of violence, it is a terrorism. There are terrorist groups like ISIS, or like any extremist ideological group. So we have to ask the world to step in order to force peace and to prevent this ethnic cleansing campaign. It's openly said by Israeli ministers and by Israeli leaders. This is not something hidden. This is not a secret anymore. We have Smotrich, who is funding these terrorist groups. We have Ben Gvir, who is providing weapons, and there is a footage of Ben Gvir distributing weapons to those terrorist groups and inciting them to attack the Palestinian villages and Palestinian towns. The United States and international community has to protect the Palestinian civilians, has to apply the international law, has to deal with this group as terrorist group, as defined to be defined as terrorists, not only violence or an out-of-hand gangs. No, they are terrorist groups that are moving with a political agenda, with a strategy to move the Palestinians out of their lands. And what's taking place is going completely out of hand. Now we have a situation living that we are scared to move between city and another city. The streets between cities are filled with these gangs that attack the Palestinian civilians, act at night, and also in the morning when we are going to our work, when we're going to schools. So it is terrorizing our life, and it's obstructing our daily lives, obstructing our work and our economy. In addition to their terrorism and killing Palestinian children and Palestinian teenagers, as you just said. Today they killed a young boy. 2 days ago they killed another. They shoot. They have a very advanced weapon. They have snipers. They have very heavy M16s and sometimes even bombs. And they attack and they burned many of the houses and villages and cars yesterday on different Palestinian villages in the West Bank. This is a daily systematic terrorism. Is like pogroms. And here where the United States and the international community need to pressure and sanction Israel for their terrorism, the Israeli occupation forces not only allowing them to do this, they are providing protection for them. Nobody can defend themselves against those terrorist settlers, because the moment you touch them, the Israeli occupation will come to your house, arrest you, arrest your family, and sometimes even destroy your own house. So we are dealing with a comprehensive system of terrorism and occupation and ethnic cleansing, aiming at moving the Palestinians out of their lands.
We've been told that Israel is going ahead with the demolition of several structures in the northern refugee camp of Nur al-Shams, there in the West Bank where you are. What's your understanding of why Israel is doing this?
Until now, Israel caused the ethnic cleansing of 50,000 Palestinians. 50,000 Palestinian refugees are homeless right now because of the Israeli occupation systematic attack on refugee camps. What they are doing is a process of pushing the Palestinians out of their inhabitant places to make them transfer from location to location, squeeze them into pantostans, into ghettos, without any source of income, without any security, and siege them by the Israeli occupation forces in order to seize lands and expand and open more way for the colonialist project and the Israeli colonial settlements. We have the project, the E1 project, which you are fully aware of. It is extremely dangerous, that would divide the West Bank from north to south. And they are pushing toward the east to expand the colonial settlers of Israeli occupation into Jericho. So these plans aim to undermine the Palestinian statehood, to undermine the Palestinian Authority, disconnecting the cities and villages from each other. This cripples the economy as well as cripples our representation and the governance efforts to manage the people and our society. Also, they are building gates and checkpoints all over the West Bank, that they reach a point that they could close all West Bank within 5 minutes. It just needs one command by the Israeli occupation forces to close the gates, and they would prevent millions of Palestinians from reaching out to their cities or to their factories or to their farms or to their workplaces within minutes of Israeli occupation order. So that is a process of an apartheid system coupled with occupation that wish to push Palestinians out into small ghettos and destroy the prospects of a Palestinian state.
Okay, Mr. Fattah, we're nearly out of time. I just want to ask you briefly, though. I mean, you've probably seen the reports as well that there is growing frustration between the Trump administration and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. In particular, it centers around the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. But given that context, and given that there is allegedly this angry message that's been sent from Washington to Israel, and given that Prime Minister Netanyahu is likely to be meeting President Trump at the end of this month, wouldn't now be an advisable moment to lodge a very firm complaint with Washington about these actions in the West Bank? Shouldn't the Palestinian authorities be taking action right at this moment?
We are reporting daily, the international community, the Americans and everybody, about the criminality and the crimes against humanity that Israel committing in the West Bank and Gaza. We are in contacts with within the Europeans, the EU, the Arab world, as well as the Americans, although that we are banned right now, as you are aware of, from reaching United States, from entering United States. And although our embassy is closed in the United States and the PLO office is closed in the United States, but still our messages reach President Trump and the American administration. It's regrettable that we continue to see this biased approach by the U.S. administration, listening to Netanyahu, listening to the far-right coalition of the Israeli government, while dismissing the messages from the Palestinians and all this evidence on the ground. They see it in the news. They see it everywhere, reported by the UN, reported by Amnesty International, by Human Rights Watch, and even by our governments and ministries. We have been calling for the stop of settlements since 30 years, since we signed Oslo. Each US presidents are full aware that one of the main obstacles for the two-state solution is these colonial settlements that are expanding unconditionally and without any constraints on the Palestinian lands, which is hindering the two-state solution and hindering the negotiations. It doesn't make sense that we are discussing a permanent peace based on the two-state solution when one part is expanding unconditionally with all the support of the Western world, and the other part is receiving all kind of bombardment and terrorism and the starvation and the blockade on Gaza. This barbaric blockade that belongs to the Dark Ages is still ongoing, while the world is watching and seeing clearly how children and babies and infants are dying from cold, of hypothermia, while food and shelter and warmth is just one decision away from them if the United States wishes to push Israel to stop it. In 1956 war, according to the diaries of Ben Gurion, he said one phone call by the President Roosevelt forced him to retreat, and he closed that phone while he was crying. It just requires one phone call from the United States to stop this tragedy, that ongoing humanitarian catastrophe in Palestine. In this world, we are witnessing children and babies dying from cold, and the world is looking silent and impotent in front of these images. It's deplorable, it's tragic that we are living in this unjust world, and this is the time that the international community to come into its responsibility and to fulfill the international resolutions that Israel is obligated to abide with by enforcing and applying sanctions on this occupying power, and to be brave and to be in support of our global values and our humanitarian values. It is depressing that we are living this dystopian future today when we are seeing this blockade that belongs to the Dark Ages, when the world has all the tools to end it and to stop it. I hope that the United States would listen to the voice of the majority, including the voice of Americans who are now from both parties, with the Republicans and Democrats, are against this ongoing genocide of Gaza, which did not stop, by the way. It's only hiding behind a veil of a flimsy ceasefire deal that Israel violates every day. Just today, they killed 9 Palestinians, and from cold, 14 Palestinians were killed, died, and 4 children among them died from cold. When Israel had all the power and all the capabilities to allow the entrance of all shelters and clothing, and gas for warming the people. They are committing terrorism in front of our eyes.
Mr. Fatou, I'm sorry to cut you short. We're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ahmed Fatou, spokesperson for Fatah. Thank you for your time, sir. Now, in other news, President Donald Trump has added 5 countries, including Syria, to the US travel ban. Well, this move comes even as Washington works to strengthen ties with Damascus following the Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara's White House visit back in November. Well, the White House says that Syria still lacks reliable authorities for issuing passports and civil documents, as well as proper security vetting. Well, the decision also follows on from a recent ISIS attack in central Syria, which killed 3 Americans. Well, we can speak now to Abdel Hafiz Sharaf, who's a member of the Syrian American Council. He joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Let's start by talking about what's been a pretty stunning 12 months for Syria. I mean, there's been change in your country beyond most people's expectations, ending what's been decades of international isolation. Let's talk specifically, though, about the congressional vote to repeal the Caesar Act, i.e. the lifting of sanctions. Your organization, the Syrian American Council, called this the most difficult hurdle, and you said it's now been overcome. Why is this such a significant step, and what does this mean for Syria?
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate it. The sanctions, particularly, the Caesar Act, were not an end in themselves. They were a tool to apply pressure, on the Assad regime, constrain its war economy and prevent normalization without political change. In that sense, they played really a pivotal role in isolating the regime and shaping the environment that eventually led to its collapse. Now the question is why it's still there. The Assad regime is gone. It's totally, the question is not whether the sanctions, worked or not, but now how they transition. Lifting the Caesar Act is very important for the future of Syria. If Syria wants to have a better future, Caesar Act right now is pressuring the people, not the Assad regime. The Assad regime is gone completely. So that's why we are hoping that the Senate actually is going into the right direction right now by removing and lifting the Caesar Act completely and totally without any conditions. Right.
So still some more work needs to be done for the full lifting of sanctions. And some of our viewers might be wondering why the Caesar Act has that name. And I'll just remind them, it was named after a Syrian military defector by the name of Farid al-Madhan, who smuggled some 55,000 photos of detainees out of Syria. They're obviously killed under torture. This all happened about a decade ago. I mean, looking back, just how important were his actions, do you think?
Actually, it is very important. I mean, at that point, the Caesar Act by itself, I think it was one of the reasons, why the Assad regime has fallen. It played a pivotal role. As you know, that the detainees, some of them actually, Assad regime has starved them to death. And then after that, they were taking, these kind of pictures, like a photo session for the people. It's insane what was happening, in Syria. And that's why these sanctions were imposed. Now, after the fall of the Assad regime, these sanctions, hopefully today, actually, the Senate will vote. We'll have the vote, the final vote on the NDAA, which has the removal, the complete removal, the total removal of the sanctions of the Caesar Act. So hopefully, and we are hoping that will happen very soon, in a few hours actually, and then after that, it will go to President Trump to sign it. And by that, all the sanctions will be removed totally. and this is very important, for the Syrian people at the moment.
Right, and obviously, as you said there, this defector by the name of Farid al-Madhan, who was codenamed Caesar, you say he played a really important role in the downfall of Bashar al-Assad. But when we look at Syria's rehabilitation into the international community, and that's been extremely dramatic as well, who do you think deserves the most thanks for that?
I mean, to be honest, the people who suffered under that regime and they were still there in Syria, and they tried to live under all these, consequences in Syria. They faced like difficulties like no one seen before. It was like living in hell basically. Everything is expensive. Everything was really no services, nothing like that. They were living like primitive, very kind of primitive living conditions. So they deserve the thanks. They deserve all of, they are the ones who caused the Assad regime to fall. So basically now the Assad regime is not there, and now Syria is trying to shift to the Western axis, and they want to be with the allies with the West, with the US, and they want to be away from Russia, away from Iran. And this is, by lifting the sanctions, we will help them to do that. Also, lifting the sanctions will prevent Iran from coming back to Syria. It will prevent Russia from coming back to Syria, because, Russia actually... we don't want them to be the lifeline, for the Syrian people. We don't want to push the Syrian people and the Syrian government to be to go back to Russia. We have to lift the sanctions so they can survive. They can rebuild, start rebuilding, the country, start having some services, because the Caesar Act, as you know, is very strict sanctions, and it sanctioned almost everything in Syria. It affects even the health sector. It affects the housing, the reconstruction. It affects the banking system. Sanctions on almost everything: electricity, fuel, services. Also, it affected the cost of living on the Syrian people, the jobs and income. All of that, it is part of the Caesar Act. The Caesar Act nowadays is an obstacle for the Syrian people to have a brighter future, and it has to go away so Syrian people can actually ally, can transition to the West.
And what's your message to the international community, and particularly to people who are considering investing in Syria? What do you say to them?
I think, the meeting that we have with Brian Mast, Brian Mast, the congressman, and President al-Shara, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, that meeting was initially with business people. We invited business delegation to Syria. We went with the business delegation to Syria, private equities from the United States, and we went to Syria to see and to explore opportunities. And we found a lot of opportunities in Syria. We sat down with the government, with the Syrian government, with the SSF, the Syrian Sovereignty Fund, and we talked to them about what kind of opportunities we can have, the American companies can have. We went with oil and gas companies, we went with construction companies, we went with rare earth kind of phosphate and all of that. So we talked to the Syrian government about the opportunities, and we found actually a lot of opportunities in Syria. We think, the Caesar Act, when it's lifted, and that's what, this delegation, the business delegation, when they met with Brian Mast, they told him about the opportunities in Syria, about how the Syrian people actually are trying to live their lives, and they want just to rebuild their country. They don't want anything else. They don't want to be a threat, to anyone else in the region. They just want to reconstruct and rebuild the country. They talked to him about, the banking system and how the Caesar Act, for example, affect the banking system in Syria. Syrian banks now, after lifting the Caesar Act, they can start reconnecting, even partially, to the correspondent banks. Money transfers from abroad become much cheaper, become much easier to Syria. And that actually will start to create jobs in Syria. It will start to have, Syrian people will start to have some income, and this could be visible within months. Actually, Caesar Act froze construction, energy, transport, manufacturing, all of that. So they talked to Brian Mast about that, and he started to think about, now the American businessmen, they want to go to Syria to invest. They want to have some opportunities, and that would help the country, the Syrian country, to have a better future. It will also help the American companies, to have more opportunities and make more investments in Syria, and that kind of common interest, between Syria and the United States, and that's what we want to have, a common interest that actually engage, Syrian government with the American investments much more, and that will lead to more stability in Syria. Right. It will lead to a better future. It will help the country to stabilize and prevent any kind of even, I would say, bringing investments to Syria. It's not only going to help the stabilization of the country. It will prevent Syria from going back to Russia, to Iran. It will also countering radical ideology, because these extremists, they try to exploit these kind of conditions, living conditions, and they try to exploit that kind of environment to resurge again. And having alternative for the Syrian people, having, alternative businesses and all of that will prevent all of this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sharaf. I'm so sorry we're out of time. Abdel Hafiz Sharaf, member of the Syrian American Council. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. See you then. Good night.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. Welcome to a W News special interview on Al Arabiya English. Carlos Ghosn, the former automotive executive once hailed as a turnaround genius for Nissan and Renault, has become a figure as notorious as he is celebrated. From leading major global car companies to a dramatic arrest in Japan and a daring escape to Lebanon, his career is marked by both remarkable achievements and controversy. Today, Ghosn joins us for a special interview, telling us he is the victim of the justice system of Japan and France and sharing his perspective on Lebanon's plans to normalise ties with Israel. Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give an advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously, you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy, of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production, taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the U.S. president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. That means probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs into export, less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to re-evaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing, instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe. They are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face, including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the one who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China is a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. You know, they remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government, from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. You know, they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. The jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Would it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. And why Europe? Europe has a strong, very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars. They've been on and off on batteries. And this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe number 1, Japan number 2, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to light commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in U.S. politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run 2 Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time it's much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today, the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision-making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly, a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future, and I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate, or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and it goes down, then go up, but the trend is going to be up, in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold. And each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. So they go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that it's there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country, under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. But nobody's able to predict when this will happen. Concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help any person who would be legitimately elected to responsibility, as long as they ask for this help. I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country, which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matter for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ISIL, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, it's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused, and I am dragged into this? The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
Well, I analyze the allegation. Usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim, or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future? You know, tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, a Japanese legal system dubbed by the United Nations hostage justice system is not going to do that, because if they do that and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice, because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. but this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To To investigate, Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Yari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Yari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. For a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, and it's called the Cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago. In terms of addiction, there are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
J. Daniel Atlas. You may remember me as your personal favorite of the Four Horsemen of Magic. Now watch closely as I make the famous heart diamond appear on my palm.
Gee whiz, he must be as starved for attention as Greenpeace here.
Hi, Ryan. Great
How
to
are
see
you? You too, you too. Congratulations on such a fun movie. I really enjoyed watching it. How much did you first enjoy being in Abu Dhabi and you know, making the best out of these beautiful locations that were available to you?
We felt so lucky to get to film in Abu Dhabi. I mean, it's such a beautiful city, and I got to say, you all were so welcoming to us and gave us incredible access to these truly cinematic locations. I mean, the Louvre is especially, I think, magical. Well, as soon as we saw it, we thought for sure we have to film the final sequence of the movie. The big performance at the end of the film takes place on that stage, and that felt like an appropriate, you know, museum-worthy performance, hopefully. But it was an incredible setting, and I'm really proud of the way it looks on camera, the way we lit it, and it really felt like an exciting escalation for the film, and conclusion, I should say, escalation and conclusion for the film. And then obviously the W and the F1 track are also spectacular locations, and we felt very special being able to take an F1 car off the track and race it through the streets of Abu Dhabi, which was also really exciting, was to get to explore some other parts of the city and to have some pretend Abu Dhabi police cars chasing with some pretend Abu Dhabi police. But the whole thing was a great experience, and the city and the UAE as a whole couldn't have been more welcoming. So we're very grateful.
I mean, it all looks so great on camera as well. I really loved watching that.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Louvre, Abu Dhabi, or Yas Island Circuit in Abu Dhabi? What was the most fun location?
Ooh,
The Louvre was really
was
nice.
incredible.
Yeah, it was great. But we did all the amusement parks.
Yeah, we did Ferrari World.
How was that?
Ferrari World was epic.
Yeah, and Rosamund Pike was there.
And
Yes, she was.
I'll ask her now. How was it filming in Abu Dhabi in general?
It was pretty amazing. I mean, being in the W Hotel right on the racetrack, that's a real thrill. And the Louvre, I mean, filming in the Louvre after hours is magical. It's an incredible structure, and I think we needed a spectacle at the end of this film, and that really provided it.
Vandenberg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
Once we decided that we were going to shoot the airport sequence in Abu Dhabi, stay focused, we decided to shoot a desert sequence as well. The desert sequence is something Tom and I have always dreamed about. The location just told us what to do.
Did you think we abandoned you? Or that we'd run out of magic? Well, think again, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 10 years since the Horseman last appeared.
Tell us about Abu Dhabi and the experience of being there, filming it, including, all the Abu Dhabi scenery in it.
It was wild. I mean, such an interesting and
culturally very different, definitely. But we did enjoy the nature. I feel like there was a few sort of 6 a.m. swims with the sunrise, and
but the scenes are like unbelievable. There's like a racetrack around this hotel, so so the ending of the movie was just like this huge magic trick of an ending.
Thank you so much for just being the most wonderful crew to work with, and just such an unbelievable blessing to be here. Thank you.
Want to see a magic trick?
There he is.
You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
What went through your mind, and did it feel a bit uncanny when a real heist happened at the Louvre in Paris? I mean, it's a little bit like a art.
There was the suggestion that was maybe Now You See Me marketing stunt, and that made me really happy that people associate the Horsemen with any big heists that take place in the world, and certainly in such a significant location as the Louvre, Paris. Since we got to shoot at the Louvre, Abu Dhabi, we're very familiar with the Louvres all over the world.
Bigger and better than anything you have ever seen. It's a 10 million to 1 shot.
Those are my kind of odds. Bringing down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Abracadabra. Huh, nope. Alakazam. Wait. Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
How much do these films feel like family? Obviously, the Horsemen are family themselves. They get new members in this one. But shooting it, does it echo a little bit that sense of camaraderie?
Absolutely. I mean, Jesse and Woody, for me, are practically family because we've been working together for 16 years together, and this was our 4th movie with me and those two. But I was happy to join the rest of the Now You See Me family because Isla and Dave are spectacular human beings, and they really do have such camaraderie, the 4 Horsemen, and Morgan Freeman as well, because they've been working together for so long. So I felt very lucky to get to join the family of Now You See Me.
Pay very close attention. You are not going to want to miss this next trick.
One of Ruben's goals for this movie was to have as much real magic as possible, have us do everything practically.
If I had known he was that easy to get rid of.
Not that easy.
That's the brilliant thing of having a guy like Ruben Fleischer. He's able to come up with these images and ideas.
When I heard Ruben say that, I couldn't fully understand what it meant. To me, it didn't seem that different to kind of do the effect on computers or in person.
The final question is the world of illusion. You know, it's so popular with audiences, whether in cinema or in shows, etc. What do you think keeps that fascination for the public for that kind of, trickery world?
I think that, we all want to just find surprise, like, in life. Like, it's rare that as an adult, you see something that you can't explain or understand, and it just fills you with delight. And so that experience of like seeing a great magic trick where you just leave with a smile, that's what I wanted to provide for audiences when they see this movie.
Well, I had a great time watching it. Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for hosting us in your beautiful country.
Yeah, everyone was so excited to have you.
In the world of magic, everything that disappears reappears. Whew! It is very good to be back.
Come up, you're gonna be our helper.
Okay, disappear in 3, 2, 1.
J. Daniel Atlas in the house. Who wants to see a magic trick?
How are you guys?
Good.
Great, how are you?
Good, good. It must be so fun to do this all together because it really did feel that the shooting of this one in particular was a family kind of environment. Is it the right impression?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, almost to the point of not being
sibling rivalry, bickering, like fighting over who gets to stay up late.
I was going to say, we enjoyed each other so much. Sometimes we would, it would take a long time to film sometimes because we were having fun.
We had so much fun. I felt like Ruben was always like, a friend, it was like trying to kind of get in with a joke with us just to try to trick us to go back to set because we were so distracted.
I think we would have made the Horseman proud. My Atlas was spot on.
Really? I'll be the judge of that. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Why not the other horsemen?
The other horsemen are dead.
Oh my God, what?
No, they're like dead to me. Things got too real for them. They gave up. Stop interrupting.
It's been 9 years since the prior one. What has changed about you guys as actors?
These movies are like, for us, they're like, it's work and it's very difficult. For example, learning a lot of these, like the magic that we're doing, but it's also like a summer vacation for us. Like, it's just the most fun group in the world. We love it. We love our characters.
Yeah.
Like, not only are we we have great scripts, obviously, but Ruben Fleischer directed this movie. He really loves comedy, so he asked us to improvise as well. So it's just a great feeling of like teamwork, creativity. A lot of what we do in the movie is kind of reflected of how we are off camera.
The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vanderbergs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
Dominic, new kid on the block. How did it feel to enter the universe?
It was great. It was awesome. I mean, like Jess was saying, it was definitely a lot of hard work. I mean, especially learning the tricks. There's this one trick I had to do in the beginning with these phones, and I broke like 2 phone cases using my own phone to like learn this trick. So some sacrifices were made, but it was
It's such a good trick though.
Yeah, but worked out in the end. But it was a great time. Yeah.
8 magicians against a worldwide criminal network. I like our chances.
Want to see a magic trick?
That is. You enjoying the show?
Shall we get on with it?
My final question is about Rosamund Pike. I'm sure she had the most fun being her character, but how much fun was it around her in that mode?
There's a sort of moment where her character has to sort of unravel it to a point without giving anything away. And it was just one of the most amazing kind of things to witness from an acting perspective, because she really is so fearless and she really went there, and it was just impressive to be around her. And her dialect is obviously perfect. And what I love about her interpretation of the character is the pleasure she takes in the mischief and the naughtiness, and she doesn't get sort of like dark with that character. It's always playful, which I think is the right tone for these movies. And I think she was just like, these movies sort of live or die on their villain in a way, and I think we just couldn't have gotten luckier.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
You guys used to be the Horsemen.
Why did you break up?
We made some huge mistakes. We got sloppy, cocky.
Sorry, guys, that's really a bummer.
How are you guys?
Good.
Good. It must be so exciting to do these things together, because I really felt, especially in this one, like this was like a big extended family type of vibe on set. Is it the right impression?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. We love each other.
So much.
I've known kind of the original crew for nearly 15 years now, and we laugh so much together. And these two, and then Dominic Sessa, they came in and just seamlessly from day one integrated themselves. And now we are all family.
We are all together.
Whoa. Together, Alison Brie and Dave Franco. Check it out on VOD.
Yeah, exactly. That was a very subtle.
Don't worry, we'll work in regretting you into this.
Yeah, please.
I heard you talking. According to that card, for some reason, I need you.
Charlie, June, and Bozo.
It's Bosco Leroy.
What did you type fictional magician name into ChatGPT?
Oh, that's actually my real name, Atlas.
Ariana Justice, how did it feel to kind of come into the universe of Now You See Me? Had you seen the first two? It must feel so exciting to be on those sets.
It was.
I love watching them.
Yeah, I know. The movies are great. It was a little scary because it's such a big ensemble, and the original Horsemen didn't have to be as nice as they were, but like from day one, they were so welcoming. They wanted to include us on all their like inside jokes and games and stuff. And I remember one time, like, they were like standing in the corner, like laughing about something, and me, you, and Dominic were like, we're gonna laugh louder. And then Isla was like, wait, no, really, do you guys feel left out? Please come over here. And like, we were just joking, but like, they were so sincerely about like involving us in the group.
Yeah.
And yeah, they really didn't have to do that, so
yeah,
it meant a lot.
The Vanderburg Corporation launders money for arms dealers, traffickers, warlords. She makes all the world's worst criminals possible.
She doesn't just launder money, she kills people.
This is a chance to make a real difference.
I heard there was some improvisation. The new Horsemen got to improvise as well, or only the original ones?
We all were.
Only the originals are allowed.
We all got to improvise. They cut all of ours, and they kept all the originals.
Yeah. They're like, have fun, maybe a workshop for the next one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
for you, Ariana, you got to improvise with your hands. I mean, she's got a lot of dexterity without giving too much.
That's very true. Great.
Did you improvise with those hands?
I improvised with those hands, Dave. I improvised. Here's the thing about this cast. At the core of it, they are all the funniest people I've ever met. Mm-hmm. We all seamlessly got each other's humor, which I feel like is very rare for the amount of people on set. And yeah, I feel like with even like you and I, we would look at each other, we'd make eye contact, and we just want to laugh. Like there was so much happiness and so much laughter and so many giggles that improvising came pretty easy for us.
Yeah.
We all understood our characters and we understood the appropriate time for things, but we also could just riff forever.
And our director, Ruben Fleischer, he comes from a comedy background. And so I think at his heart, that's what he loves the most. And so he really encouraged us to kind of go off book and try to find these humorous moments.
Yeah.
You got this, Jack?
Wait, don't you mean June?
Come on, this isn't fair. I've been picking locks since before she was born.
When does he start the lock picking?
Don't rush me.
He's got it.
Mind if I just, lead the way?
I think he loosened it for her, ultimately. The heart diamond. It's the most valuable jewel in history.
But what makes this diamond so special?
Because a magical tarot card told us.
For decades, the Vanderburgs have been selling diamonds to warlords, arms dealers, traffickers to help launder their money.
How are you, Rosamund?
Hello, very well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you so much. She may not be the most delicious person as a character, but she must have been so delicious to play, wasn't she?
Veronica Vanderburg was delicious to play, yeah. A villain is fun to watch if they're having fun, is my basic principle. And so I wanted to see Veronica living her best life until she isn't. I wanted to see her, you know, self-satisfied and vain and pleased with herself and, you know, full of her own type of illusion, which is to spin the rarity of the diamonds that are produced from her mine and, you know, sell her own illusions to the world.
If you want to stop the devil, don't cut off her hands. You lift her wallet.
Open sesame.
Still safe with me.
Relax. Diamonds are forever.
Stop him!
There was a lot of improvisation. Did you partake in it? How much did you feel that you could just give her your own spin?
I don't think I mean, I'm very respectful of the script and I was able to, you know, take that in a direction that I lent into early on in conversation with the writers and with the director. I mean, I think on the day, maybe I added 1 or 2 lines. I can't remember. Is that what other people have told you? I don't know.
No, everyone was what they told me is that you had a lot of fun at Ferrari World. That's what they told me about you.
Yeah, we did. The New Horseman took me to Ferrari World and made me love roller coasters. Yeah.
My horsemen. We were brought together for a reason.
Get me kicked in.
Bring down 2 generations of criminals with a single sleight of hand.
Her clients being around, and I assume she's a very easy background to imagine, like background story.
Yes, I mean, I think as a villain, you know, there is a personal dimension to her story, which is, you know, it's unusual. And I think for me, there's a very real person inside, which obviously means I can make a more 3-dimensional woman out of her. You know, there is a familial background story that suggests that as a young woman, you know, she came from a very privileged background, but she had her own hurts and sufferings within that. And I think she decided to hurt people back as a reaction to that. And I could understand it. So I have empathy for her as well as judgment, I think.
Hey guys, dead end.
Open sesame.
Way to represent, Merritt.
Worth a try, was it? Never know.
I think you do know.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.